Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to start in 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to invite Dr. Alistair De Gaetano.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today, both our guests from Malta and also especially those of you who have joined us from the EU side and also from the Arab world. So this has been a dream of ours for quite some time already. Malta has been participating at national level in consultative exercises, both at European Union level and also in consultation with the Arab states, because Malta participates in an expert group hosted by the United Nations for Arab states as a bridge country. Malta has a history of always being a connecting country between the Arab world and Europe. We have done it in the past, for example, when it comes to security matters. However, with disability, which is a subject most close to our hearts for all of us, we have felt that we could also play a role here. So, together with the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the staff at our Junior Ministry for Disability Rights, we wanted to take on this initiative to bring together both worlds and start a discussion in order to create a vehicle for improved cooperation. We wanted, yes, to discuss among different governments, but also, most importantly, nothing about us without us. As a disabled person myself, and as a lot of you are here today, you know the sector and you know that without our voice, it is useless having these discussions. So, we wanted to have our input on a few key areas in order to report back to ministerial representatives and start this vehicle for cooperation. So I would like to thank our lead partner, the United Nations Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, in this initiative, and I would also like to thank for their input throughout the way the European Commission, Directorate General Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion, and also the League of Arab States, as well as all of the different governments who have kindly accepted to send representation to this conference, as well as all of the different civil society entities. I look forward to having a very fruitful discussion during this day. Also, I look forward to the opportunities for networking and to seeing this initiative take off and being the start of something great. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our guests from the national and international scene on the political level, and I will start by calling the Honourable Anthony Agius Decelis, Junior Minister for Disability Rights. Thank you.
Good morning. Ministers, members of parliament, commissioners, CEOs, professors, doctors, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. I start to welcome you all for what we hope to be two very fruitful and positive days for the disability sector across our continents. Tomorrow, Malta will be hosting the first ever EU-Arab Summit, high-level meeting on disability rights, of which ministers and UN CRPD national focal points representatives will attend. Today, as experts are interested persons in this sector, you will have the opportunity to discuss cross-cutting aspects which impact the social dynamics in our countries, the economy of our countries and our sustainability. More important, the matters discussed throughout these 2 days have an impact on the lives of persons with disability, their families, and all the stakeholders involved. Unfortunately, stereotypes about the potential and capacity of persons with disability still present in our society. It is this that we need to continue to address. The potential of a human being does not lie in whether or not they are perfect. Indeed, if it were, no one of us would have potential. Rather, every person has potential. Some of us might need more support in one way or another to reach this potential. Throughout my experience as a junior minister with persons with disability and active aging, I have had the opportunity to meet with many persons who have different impairments. I must say that my perspective of life has broadened even further when I have learned a lot. I have learned more about the value of diversity. I have continued to understand how a one-size-fits-all approach in life might do more harm than good, even though the intention may be a good one. I have learned that it is essential to be considerate of different needs of different individuals. We are all individuals with our needs, and we have to address those needs individually. We speak of grand concepts such as accessibility, social inclusion, and independent living. But really, we are speaking about matters that have influenced on our lives and on lives of citizens in this world. With regards to this sector, we are speaking of minorities whose rights are not less than that of the majorities, minorities whose minorities whose quality of life and it's greatly influenced by the diverse areas of social policy, which also influence the quality of life of the majority, such as employment, education, housing, health, and security, as well as culture, leisure, and sports. The Maltese government strongly believes in the principle of equity and fairness in order to achieve equal levels of opportunities. Important milestones have been achieved within this sector. We have introduced new laws and amended outdated ones to safeguard the rights of persons with disability. We have drastically increased the budget allocated for 2019 for the service provided in this sector. We have implemented measures to enhance accessibility, as it is still one of the greatest concerns that the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability in Malta refers to. We have undertaken projects that promote employment opportunities for persons with disability. We have recently published an inclusive educational policy for public consultation. We have established services including community, day, and residential services, all of which enable the lives of each individual further. And yet, while all these have been steps in the right direction, we still have a number of challenges that need to be addressed. I am certain that your countries have made huge steps too within this sector through recent years. We all face challenges which, through dialogue and cooperation, we can provide solutions for a better well-being aimed at promoting an inclusive society. Although our realities may differ and the challenges may vary completely, we can mostly definitely learn from one another. I look forward to hear more on how your prospective countries strike a balance between the initiative and challenges encountered in these 2 days. Ultimately, this is an opportunity to enable further sharing of knowledge and to bring the work of the DG Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion within the European Commission and the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia Together, we will be developing a number of joint efforts, specifically actions, and a political declaration, thus making further commitment to safeguard the rights of persons with disability in our countries as well as in our region. Through further cooperation, we will be improving national and regional disability, specifically structures mandated by the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability through sharing of the best practice. Today, I believe, is just a start of something bigger. We are building a vessel for future collaboration between the European Union and the Arab world in the rights of persons with disability. It is our responsibility as politicians to set priorities, allocate funds, and develop initiatives that will enable potential and provide equal opportunity for everyone. But we cannot do this alone. Your contribution, expertise, and experience-based opinions are invaluable. Together, we can ensure that the continent will improve the standards, and we will truly end up with a position where people with disability can achieve what they aim for. I therefore look forward for these 2 days. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks a lot, Honorable Agius Decelis. Before we proceed, I'd like to tell you that if you are using social media, we have 2 hashtags. The first one is hashtag EUArabHLM. The second is hashtag disability rights. So hashtag EUArabHLM, hashtag disability rights, and there's also a tag at MaltaGov, Malta Gov. So the next person I would like to invite to give some words of welcome is Gisela Nauk, Chief of the Inclusive Social Development Section of the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, Mr. Junior Minister, honorable members of parliaments, governments of European and Arab states, distinguished experts, friends and guests. I'm very pleased to thank the government of Malta for this notable initiative to convene for the first time a joint summit on disability rights and disability policy. It is an initiative that is based on common values and appreciation of diversity, human dignity, and human rights. And it addresses one of the most prominent obligations of our societies, the commitment to inclusion of persons with disabilities in social life. This meeting is a long-term dream, as was mentioned before, and it has the objective to bring together policymakers, experts, academia, and activists from around the Mediterranean for technical today and political tomorrow exchange on specific aspects of disability policy, and to establish a common platform for future cooperation, as we hope. From the Arab side, and together with our distinguished Executive Secretary, whom you will meet tomorrow, and my colleague Angela Zettler, who is my main pillar in disability policy, I'm representing the Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia, which is one of the 5 regional commissions of the United Nations, which has the broad mandate to support regional cooperation and regional integration in specific policy fields. Regional cooperation and exchange in the area of social policy at large, and specifically disability policy, is one of our core objectives. And therefore I'm pleased to be here with members of the Arab Policy Network for Disability Policy, to which we in ESCWA serve as the Secretariat, and with core partners like the League of Arab States, civil society movements, and regional and national experts. The Arab governments are working together since 2003, or even before, when the first Arab decade for disability, for persons with disabilities, was launched, together jointly by ESCWA and the League of Arab States. And it increased after the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities was adopted in 2016, and this convention is signed or ratified by all Arab countries. In 2016, on the request of governments, the governments wanted to strengthen cooperation on the policy field of disability, so we established this intergovernmental network and the Working Group on Disability Rights, to which we invited Malta as an expert, and there in Jordan the idea was born for this meeting. And this network meets twice a year on specific issues like mainstreaming of disability policy across policy domains, education, healthcare, employment, and so on. Employment was one part of a workshop which we held 2 years ago. Recently, we have addressed the issue of institutions and deinstitutionalization, which is a very thorny issue, together with inclusive education and everything, and community-based services. We are looking forward with very great interest to a stronger policy exchange with European counterparts on government and civil society levels. I think we have a lot of joint issues, and we would like to strengthen the collaboration in all these issues. So please let me therefore again extend my appreciation and my thanks to the government of Malta for this initiative, and I'm sure we will enjoy 2 very exciting days. Thank you very much.
Let me start by thanking the Maltese government for the organization of this event, and in particular also thank Alistair, because with his big input and push and persistence, this event would not have taken place. On behalf of Marianne Thyssen, Commissioner of Employment, Social Affairs and Equal Opportunities, I'm really happy to welcome you also in this venue. Thank you. And it it is clear that the ratification of the convention at European level, but also by all member states, have brought a paradigm shift that now is shared all over the world. The convention lies behind the cooperation that we are going to be having here today. And at European level, its implementation has been done through the European Disability Strategy that contains 8 areas of actions. On those areas, on many of those areas, we are going to be discussing also today. And the outcomes of the discussions will be very timely, not only to get ideas for possible future initiatives in terms of cooperation, but also because we are at a crucial point at European level where the current strategy is coming to an end, and we are thinking about future possible initiatives. Let me say that throughout these almost 10 years that the strategy has been on its place, we have achieved remarkable results that we will be very happy to share with you in the different workshops. We have accessibility legislation, we have started an experience of having a common disability cards, so to increase the mobility and recognition of benefits across EU member states. We have guidance for equality bodies being done. We have improved our education programs in order to be more disability inclusive. And in the area of social protection, we have developed a new policy initiative, the so-called European Pillar of Social Rights, that recognizes that persons with disabilities have the rights to income support, that ensures their lives in dignity, services, and that enables them to participate in the labor market and in society, and a work environment adapted to their needs. Now, despite all these policy initiatives, I think all of us are faced with common challenges that, in our case, are recognized through the data gaps between, for example, the employment situation of persons with disabilities compared with those without disabilities, where we have 23 percentage points difference. Also, persons with disabilities are overrepresented among those that have early school leaving and have higher poverty risks. Nevertheless, we continue working in the area, and throughout these 10 years we have seen an immense increase in the mainstreaming of disability in legal matters. When the EU concluded the UN Convention, we had identified 40 legal acts that refer to disability at European level. Now, in the progress report that we issued 2 years ago, we have over 130 legal acts that concern accessibility, where accessibility is mainstream. And this is an issue that we have seen needs to be really increased and increased. To finish, let me tell you that one of the areas and that I'm sure we are going to be debating also today throughout the workshops. One of the areas that the European Disability Strategy is concerned is the area of development, external action, including development cooperation. It was in 2017 when through the European Consensus of Development, disability was for the first time recognized as a cross-cutting theme in all of the areas. The EU is not only doing policy actions in this domain, but is also the major donor in supporting the rights of persons with disabilities around the world. Since 2010, over 350 projects in almost 100 countries have been developed. Let me just highlight a couple of important projects. The in 2017, the Commission, together of the Offices of the High Commission of Human Rights, issued a project called Bridging the Gap, with the aim of developing indicators for the implementation of the UN Convention. At the same time, these indicators are supported with guidance so that the SDGs can be implemented in a disability-inclusive manner. At the same time, the second action of this project is about partnerships. And in those partnerships, European member states with countries around the world are working together with disability organizations for the implementation of the UN Convention. In addition, the second important development in this area is the adoption of a disability policy marker in development cooperation aid that will indicate how much of our financial aids are being devoted or are being used for persons with disabilities and in a disability inclusive manner. As I said at the beginning, we are finalizing our disability strategy, and the discussions of today will really help us, will really inform the process of looking to the future in Europe, but also together with the Arab countries. To finish, just to thank one more the organizers of this Euro-Arab high-level meeting, and I wish you really fruitful discussions during the day. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Ms. Immaculada Plasencia Porrero, on behalf of the European Commission. And now, switching back to Malta, I would like to invite the Honourable Maria De Guara, the opposition spokesperson for active aging, persons with disability, and the fight against dependencies and addiction, to take the podium and give us a few words of welcome. Honourable De Guara, thank you.
Good morning. I would like first of all to extend a warm welcome to distinguished guests, speakers and participants from the European Union and those from Arab states who have come together to share their knowledge and experiences with us by taking part in this international meeting. I also wish to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to address you in preparation for tomorrow's meeting, where important decisions about the way forward are expected to be taken. I believe that the greatest achievement where persons with disability are concerned was the international effort and the ability to remove the stigma prevalent among the general public, so often associated with any form of disability. Correct information and increased awareness about disabilities, both mental and as well as physical, was instrumental in changing public perception. Personally, I like to think of persons with disability as persons with different abilities to others, but still able to form an integral part of our community. The next landmark achievement was the realization and acceptance that persons with disability are our equals and rightly expect and indeed have the same rights as all the rest of us. Equally important was the realization that persons with disabilities can and indeed do contribute effectively towards the economy if given the appropriate means and opportunity. For this to happen, it was imperative to accept the fact that because of their disability, these persons needed special attention and intensive support from a young age. The ultimate aim was to help them develop their full potential, thereby allowing them to become active members of our communities. A week ago, on the 19th of April, European citizens got together once again to celebrate Patients' Rights Day. The European Charter of Patients' Rights was drafted following the collaboration of 12 citizens' organizations from 12 European countries taking part in a meeting similar to ours this morning. I make this reference to highlight the importance of international sharing and exchange of ideas and the international long-term benefits which can be reaped. Regrettably, and in spite of the progress made, we have to admit that where persons with disability are concerned, there is still much we can do, and we can do it better if we work hand in hand. Despite different cultures, we are well aware that the challenges and the restrictions facing us are common to us all. It therefore makes sense for us to concentrate our efforts and build on the experiences gained by others and to combine our resources for the benefit of the disabled members of our communities. In spite of our good intentions and the comfort that our Constitution guarantees equal rights and opportunities to all members of the society, inequalities still exist where persons with disabilities are concerned. Today's workshops provide a unique opportunity for participants to set the tone for tomorrow's ministerial meeting, where concrete decisions will be taken. The topics up for discussion are varied, but specific to the needs of persons with disability. It is up to you taking part in today's workshops to highlight these concerns and pave a common and united way forward to address them by identifying what still needs to be done to correct present shortcomings. Demographic changes with an increase in the aging population often compound the issue. Senior citizens, who many a time need medical assistance and attention themselves, are finding it increasingly more difficult to look after their disabled offsprings. The traditional role of the mother in ever smaller families has dramatically changed from one of a family carer to become a provider for the family, thereby leaving less quality time to look after children. Independent and community living for persons suffering from any form of disability can only be possible if more personalized support is given, not only to the individuals themselves, but also, and perhaps more important, to their relatives, who more often than not are those providing the care. Accessibility still remains an issue to this day, and often prevents persons with disability from taking up gainful employment so essential to them for regaining their self-respect and retaining their dignity in the community. Overcoming these difficulties is easier said than done, but this is the main reason behind today's workshops. Different speakers will recount the different ways each has tried to address these particular issues. Each is expected to expound their methods, hopefully helping others avoid committing the same mistakes, while at the same time learning from them to help identify and charter a common way forward. I meet many people who believe that the solutions to these challenges are purely a financial one. Personally, I beg to differ. I firmly believe that the common denominator and the ultimate solution and the way ahead lies in informed and adequate education, not only to the person with disability, but more importantly, the education to the public in general. The younger generations need to be taught from an early age that persons with disabilities are not individuals different from the rest, but rather individuals with special needs who need more attention than others. I am confident that today's workshops and tomorrow's ministerial meeting will fulfill expectations and set up a standing forum for continued cooperation in the field. Thank you all beforehand for your contribution, and I am confident that your input today will prove invaluable towards charting the way ahead for disabled persons. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Honorable De Guara. So at this point, from the political and technical people, we'll move to civil society. Nothing about us without us. So I'd like to call on stage the 6 representatives of civil society and also of regulatory bodies. So Mr. Oliver Scicluna, from the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability, is the Commissioner. Mr. Matthew Vella, Chief Executive Officer of the Malta Social Care Standards Authority. Ms. Marta Smollett, President of the Malta Federation of Organizations of Persons with Disability. Mr. John Patrick Clark, Vice President of the European Disability Forum. Dr. Nawaf Kabbara, President of the Arab Organization of Persons with Disabilities. And Mr. Muhammad Ali Lutfi, Executive Director of the Arab Forum for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to ask you to give some brief words of welcome from the perspective of where you stand as regards this initiative. And I will start with Mr. Oliver Scicluna, the Commissioner of Malta's Independent Monitoring Mechanism. Oliver, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Alistair De Gaetano. First of all, I wish to congratulate you and the Parliamentary Secretary for organizing this morning's event. And I want to welcome all those Maltese people, of course, and those coming from the Arab countries and the EU countries. Currently, in Malta, there are 19,057 people with a disability registered with the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability. A total of 14,597 people have registered physical disabilities in Malta, while 3,284 have a registered intellectual disability. In addition, 2,230 have a psychological disability. 1,507 persons are registered as deaf, while 1,589 are visually impaired or blind. It is expected that these figures are far below the reality mark, and that there are likely many more persons with disability who, for various reasons, do not register. Where are all these people? Where is their involvement in public life, education, employment, friendship, love and relationships? In Malta, disabled people are still largely invisible. While huge strides have been made, disabled people are largely absent from images, TV, politics, even employment, and a whole section of people are being silenced, almost effaced from public life. Partly, this is due to the idea that disabled people belong to a binary category, specifically as opposed to non-disabled people. But just as non-disabled people are individual and multifarious, so too are disabled people. The world of disability is a shifting landscape which blurs at the edges. While some disabilities are more evident than others, few of us, if we look long and hard enough, would make the cut as normal. Yet, very little of this finds its way into public discourse. Our role as the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability is to fulfill our mission of seeing that Maltese society is an inclusive one, in a manner that persons with disability can, through equal opportunities in all aspects of life, fulfill their potential as persons who enjoy a higher quality of life. In honoring this commitment, CRPD works in order that society may eliminate any form of direct or indirect discrimination against persons with disability, or their families while providing the necessary help and support. In a sense, then part of our role is to render disabled people visible. That is why the CRPD has started a school campaign run by disabled people. Through a series of workshops, a number of persons with disability have expressed their thoughts and feelings about society's perception of disability and created a light-hearted sketch with serious undertones about the insensitive comments and questions that they encounter on a daily basis. It aims to make us think a little more about how the comments that are routinely passed to disabled people actually sound when spoken out aloud. The campaign, Fi Kliemna, in our own words, has just finished running in secondary schools in Malta and will be launched to the general public in the coming weeks. The Commission also provides ongoing training on how to address persons with a disability to all companies, schools, and organizations who request it. And the CRPD also hosts meetings for persons with learning disabilities run by themselves, supported by the Commission. Participants set their own agendas and meet with policymakers in key areas such as housing, employment, etc. Recently, we have also commissioned a photographic campaign with an award-winning photographer, which will show a series of disabled people with various impairments carrying out activities they enjoy in their everyday lives. They are not victims, neither they are heroes. They are just people who happen to have a disability. The campaign will start to be released on social media and other platforms in the coming weeks. All of this aims to bring out the diversity of people with a disability, how they adapt to their condition in various ways, and show how disability and success are not incompatible. Because it is hearing directly from people with a disability that is likely to produce the greatest shift in people's thinking. That is also why we need more disabled people at the forefront of public and private entities and in politics. Then society would realize that persons with a disability are not only valid members of society, but that we can be leaders. But while disabled voters do not even have fair access to vote through a trusted friend, while insurances still discriminate against persons with disability, and the abortion of potentially disabled babies cast a shadow over the rights of disabled persons, all of this will remain a distant reality. Despite this, some of the figures are encouraging. There were 288 people with a disability registering for work as of January last year, according to JobsPlus figures, down from more than 400 a year earlier. The increasing number of education complaints registered at our investigations department too show that some advances have been made, particularly in terms of awareness, although resources in education settings remain limited. That perhaps is where it all starts. If disabled children were to be included right from the start and given the space and support to flourish, how much easier would it be for us to be included in employment and public life? How much easier for us would it be to be included in lifelong relationships at school and at the workplace? How much easier would it be for us to live a happy and fulfilling life? Such changes do not happen overnight. Structures need to be set up, networks built and strengthened, real practical outcomes reached and implemented. That is why we are here today, to put disabled people at the center, to challenge outdated perceptions, to make a positive difference in people's lives. To us and to our families, there is nothing that matters more. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Oliver. And now I'd like to pass the word to Mr. Matthew Vella, Chief Executive Officer of Malta Social Care Standards Authority. Matthew, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. Dear Ministers, Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, it is an honor for us as a Social Care Standards Authority to be here and to address the Euro-Arab high-level meeting on persons with disability rights. The Social Care Standards Authority aims to improve the quality and standards of social welfare services, provision to protect and enhance the dignity, safety and welfare of all service users. SCSA accomplish its aim through licensing social welfare services in Malta, establishing social regulatory standards, and also inspecting and monitoring these services. These goals are realized by actively involving service users in the process of developing of social regulatory standards, as well as inspecting and monitoring service provision, in combination with supporting and regulating service providers. The authority believes that the process of regulations should be a constructive experience, carried out through consultation, collaboration, and dialogue, in order to positively shape social welfare practices as well as the qualitative development of services based on a service user-focused approach. On having been established, the authority immediately started working on setting new social regulatory standards for services for persons with disability to ensure that the standards are not only simplified but can be realistically implemented by different service providers. In fact, instead of the previous model of standards, which were based on service provider process model, today we have developed a model of 7 standards that focused on specific areas of importance to service users, such as upholding their rights, as well as making sure that their well-being and quality of life is enhanced. This is a paradigm shift from a model of standards based on processes to a model of standards that is focused on the client, their needs and aspirations. The aim is to leave a positive impact on the life of the same clients. Residential services and respite services are now regulated through legal notices that establish a set of quality indicators for each standard. In the guidelines that we as an authority published in the last months, we are ensuring that the service providers are receiving a number of clear performance indicators, which are objectively measures in order to assist the management and the various professionals so as to provide a high quality of service. These guidelines are also available for residents and public in general in an easy-read version that is written in a way which avoids technical jargon with the aim to address everyone. The authority, through a multidisciplinary team, is also conducting a number of monitoring visits to ensure that these standards are being implemented. Through these visits, the authority will recommend a number of changes to service providers to improve their service. In addition, the authority will also be receiving feedback from service users. Through this measure, the Social Care Standards Authority is truly showing that the authority understands, listens, and acts in the best interest of vulnerable persons in the social field. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. So now we move from the regulators to the civil society bodies. And we'll start with the Maltese National Disability Federation, represented by its president, Marta Smoljet. Marta, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable members of Parliament, distinguished guests, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor for the Malta Federation of Organizations Persons with Disability to be one of the opening panel and to chair the civil society panel on this technical day, on the eve of the first ever EU-Arab high-level meeting on disability rights. I wish to thank Dr. Alistair De Gaetano as advisor of the Parliamentary Secretary for Persons with Disability for making this possible. The Malta Federation is the national umbrella organization for the disability sector. It is a voluntary, non-governmental organization. The Federation was founded 49 years ago, and the aim to bring together associations working in the disability sector and to promote and raise awareness about the different impairments and their needs. The members of the Federation are organizations of and/or for persons with disability and also service providers. The Federation strongly believes that all stakeholders concerned with disability issues have a place within its structure, and above all, have something to give or offer for the benefit of our role within the society. Our umbrella organization plays a very important role, as it is the platform where all organizations have the opportunity to inform themselves, support, and show solidarity with each other. On this platform, all issues for all different impairments are equally important and are accordingly tackled on a national level by the Federation. The Malta Federation was also the catalyst for another national association working for the betterment of persons with disability in the employment sector, namely the Malta Association of Supported Employment. One of the key topics being discussed today is inclusive employment, an issue the Federation had been working upon for years. Since 2010, with the constant support of our foreign advisor, Mr. Mike Evans, who at the time was the president of the European Union of Supported Employment, the Malta Federation worked to introduce professional supported employment in Malta. In 2016, the Federation, hand in hand with the Malta Association of Supported Employment, implemented its Professional Supported Employment Program, which was funded by the then Ministry for the Family and Social Solidarity. The end result for this year speaks for itself. This program yielded 520 successful stories, with beneficiaries being disadvantaged persons, among which persons with disability. These successes in inclusive employment not only changed the lives of the beneficiaries themselves, but also of those around them. So little can be done without financial support. Much can be done with such support, as testified by our professional supported employment program's very successful results. This year, for the first time ever, the Federation is benefiting from governmental financial help for its day-to-day running. This is translated in a sustainable federation to be able to continue focusing and working for all persons with disability to fully exercise all their rights, and this in accordance with the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability, which Malta signed in 2007 and ratified in 2012. This financial help was and is very crucial for the betterment of the Federation. More professionalism and more valued commitments can now be taken up and are being taken up by the Federation. The more work and commitments undertaken by the Federation during these first few months since its financial support started, the clearer the picture shows. Much has been done and much more to be done within our sector. The Federation is the civil society's mouthpiece for our sector on a national and European level. It may be said that throughout these 49 years, the Federation has gathered enough experience to fully understand that keeping fully informed about what is happening in other countries is indispensable. Obtaining expertise from organizations established abroad is also important. Our years of enrollment with the European Disability Forum helped in making the Federation what it is today. It resisted and still exists. The Federation is also an active member of Inclusion Europe and of the European Network on Independent Living. Today, the Federation has 29 enrolled organizations within its umbrella structure. And as the name of our recently published magazine states, the Federation works to be the one voice for all, leaving no one behind. Unfortunately, there are still some organizations who have not yet understood the importance of unity, and that we count more when we speak with one strong, united voice. The key areas being discussed today, accessibility, inclusive employment, inclusive education, and independent and community living, have been on the Federation's agenda for quite some time. There is space for improvement in all these areas. I do hope that the direct involvement of the Federation in this event translates in the beginning of an effective dialogue within the Federation in all that matters our sector. Effective dialogue requires that all participants have equal standing, that they listen with respect and empathy, and that ideas and assumptions are explored openly. The Federation also looks forward to be involved in the UNCRPD implementation and governance. The Malta Federation is greatly supported by the European Disability Forum. It is continuously kept informed with all that matters at EU level by this forum. Thanks to the European Disability Forum, our members are being constantly kept well informed and furthermore given the opportunity to forward their own contributions on all tackled by the forum throughout the years. Teamwork at its best results in a synergy that can be very productive. This is what I augur all of us to work for. Only then will we be able to see, feel and live the achievements of our work and of this first ever EU Arab event. Thank you.
Thank you, Martes. Moving now to the European Disability Forum, I invite Mr. John Patrick Clark, Vice President of EDF, to give us some words of welcome. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you very much for the invitation to be here with you. The European Disability Forum is delighted to take part in this very important meeting today, prior to the EU-Arab high-level meeting on disability rights, which is organised for tomorrow. The European Disability Forum is an umbrella organisation of persons with disabilities that defends the interest of over 80 million citizens of Europe who have disabilities across the whole of the European Union. We are run by persons with disabilities and their families and have a number of organisations from every EU country, including Malta, and I thank Marthez for the glowing report that she gave for EDF in her introduction. But we also have a number of organisations that are disability specific, like European Down Syndrome Association and the European Union of the Deaf. But as such, we are the strong, united voice of persons with disabilities in Europe. And along with the Arab Organisation of Persons with Disabilities, EDF is a member of the International Disability Alliance and have been working together for the implementation of the Convention and the SDGs on a national, regional and international levels. Yet this year we adopted, very importantly, an important strategy for international cooperation 2019 to 2022, and it's called EDF in the World, and we can provide you with copies of this. Under this strategy, EDF's priorities are to influence the EU's work on international cooperation and humanitarian action, to strengthen regional level advocacy among regional DPOs and their members, and lastly to promote the engagement of our own DPOs in international cooperation. In this context, today's meeting is particularly important. We welcome all opportunities to build long-term cooperation and encourage all stakeholders to engage with us. We also want to thank the organisers for extending the invitation to our members from EDF. Promoting consistent and systematic consultation and participation of representative organisations of persons with disabilities is crucial in ensuring disability rights and the CRPD implementation. We highly encourage you all to continue working together to achieve our goal. Thank you for your attention, and I look forward with interest to the discussion and the engaging with you all later today and tomorrow. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Pat Clark from the European Disability Forum. We'll now switch over to the other side of this debate, the other partner in the equation, the Arab world, and I'll start with Dr. Nawaf Kabbara, the President of the Arab Organization of Persons with Disabilities. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning. I wonder whether I have to speak in Arabic or in English. Do you all have your يلا اتكلوا على الله يلا شو هبة Arabic or English عربي طيب اسمحوا لي أولا أن أشكر حكومة مالطا لهذه المبادرة ولهذه الدعوة لأول اجتماع أوروبي عربي حول الإعاقة. ولا أخفي عليكم أنني خلال استماعي إلى صديقي أوليفييه وهو يتكلم عن الواقع في مالطا افتكرت نفسي ألقي خطابا في إحدى الدول العربية، في لبنان أو في مصر أو في الأردن، بس لبنان. وبالتالي يبدو أن واقع الإعاقة شبيه في معظم الدول. ودعوني أقول أننا نجتمع اليوم ويجمعنا اتفاق دولي حول الإعاقة، والذي يحدد أن قضية الإعاقة هي قضية حقوق بامتياز، وأنها في صلب قضية الحقوق الإنسانية. وبالتالي فقد تخطينا النظرة إلى الإعاقة من موقع رعائي، وأصبحنا في موقع جديد، حتى تخطينا مفهوم الدمج الاجتماعي إلى قضية الحقوق كما أقرتها الاتفاقية الدولية. بناء عليه فنحن باستطاعتنا اليوم أن نتكلم عن شراكة أوروبية عربية، لأن هناك ما يجمعنا هو مصادقة معظم الدول العربية والأوروبية حول الاتفاقية الدولية. نحن أمام تحدي كبير للتحول من المنظومة الفكرية القائمة على المؤسسات والرعاية والشفقة إلى المنظومة الفكرية القائمة على الحقوق. وبالتالي فإن هناك معطيان أساسيان موجودان في الاتفاقية الدولية، دونهما لا يمكننا الحديث عن أي دمج أو أي مساواة، وهما برأيي العيش باستقلالية وموضوع الولوجية الاكسسبيليتي. دون ذلك شرطين لا أرى أي إمكانية للحديث عن دعم ودمج إدماج الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في مجتمعهم. أيها الأخوة، إننا نتطلع بأمل كبير على أن يحقق هذا اللقاء تقدماً كبيراً، خصوصاً أننا في العالم العربي نعيش تحديات كثيرة، وجاءت الحوادث والحروب التي تعيشها أكثر من 5 دول عربية لتكشف لنا مأساة قضية الإعاقة. فإلى جانب العدد الكبير من الأشخاص الذين ذوي إعاقة بسبب الحروب، إلى جانب وجود ما يسمى اليوم اللاجئين من ذوي الإعاقة، كشفت هذه الحوادث كيف أن حتى الأمم المتحدة لم تأخذ بعين الاعتبار قضية الإعاقة ومصالح اللاجئين من ذوي الإعاقة في التقديمات الإنسانية. إن هذا التحدي كبير، ولا يمكننا أن نقبل بالاستمرار على هذا الوضع. بناء عليه فإننا نتطلع وأتطلع من مؤتمركم أن يوافق على مجموعة قرارات. أولاً، أتطلع إلى إنشاء منتدى أوروبي عربي قوي حول الإعاقة، وأتطلع أخي طارق إلى إنشاء وحدة حول الإعاقة في جامعة الدول العربية، وأيضاً أن تقوم الدول العربية والدول الأوروبية بدعم إنشاء وحدة حول الإعاقة في الأمم المتحدة مستقلة، لكي يكون لنا مرجعاً نتحرك تجاهه ونتابع عن طريقه مصالح الإعاقة في كافة وكالات الأمم المتحدة. ونتطلع أيضاً إلى دعم أكبر مشاركة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في القرار السياسي، فدون وجود الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في القرار السياسي هناك محدودية في التأثير. ومن هنا أنني أدعو بقوة إلى تدريب الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في كل من أوروبا والعالم العربي على حقهم في المشاركة السياسية تصويتاً وترشيحاً لكي يكون الصوت قوياً. لقد أثبتت تجربة بعض الدول العربية وخصوصاً في مصر وفي المغرب على أن وجود الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في مجالس النواب قد أدى إلى تغيير جذري، ولدينا في هذه القاعة ممثلين عنهم اليوم سيتكلمون عن تجربتهم. وأنا أكيد أننا نعيش تجربة شبيهة في أوروبا. إننا نتطلع إلى بحر متوسط صديق ودامج للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، ونتطلع إلى عالم جديد خال من الحروب وخال من التصادم وفيه كثير من العمل الإنساني. والسلام عليكم وشكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nawaf Kabbara. And now I pass over to the other representative of Arab civil society, Mr. Mohammed Ali Lutfi, Executive Director of the Arab Forum for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dear distinguished and honorable participants, ministers, regulators, representatives of civil society organizations, and of course, European agencies. It's a great pleasure for us this morning to be sitting here in the midst of the Mediterranean Sea on the island of Malta to discuss a new subject to be added to the historical agenda of the cross-Mediterranean partnership between Arab countries and European countries, which is disability. And it's important to add this to our historical and civilizational relationship between the two sides of the Mediterranean. I listened to the speakers before me, and I realized that there is a lot of common things that we can share together today and learn from each other, especially from the experiences of our friends from the European Union, the European Disability Forum, and also from the point of view of the countries of the European Union about disability policies and inclusion. Yes, today we are still facing a major challenge in the Arab region to address the ongoing isolation and stigma that persons with disabilities continue to experience in most of our countries. Despite the ratification of the CRPD in 95% of Arab countries, and the support of ESQA and the Arab League in terms of enhancing more focus of Arab governments on disability policies, we think, or we believe that there is a lot of work that we need to do. ESQA and the Arab League have been working with us to make sure that the voices of persons with disabilities are represented on platforms that are discussing the progress of the implementation and the commitment of governments on about the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals since 2015. And we believe that this is an important progress towards the recognition of the presence and the role of organizations of persons with disabilities in the Arab region. However, despite all this, we believe that the problem of stigma is still a constraining factor in the lives of persons with disabilities. And this is due to the superficial recognition of the rights of persons with disabilities. For us, as the Arab Forum for the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, a regional organization that is present in 12 Arab countries, we believe that what's happening in the Arab region is still undergoing a lack of systematic inclusion of disability rights and disability standards in government policies. Despite all of the progress that we see in the representation of persons with disabilities on different platforms, we believe that this is still not enough at all. And we would like to take this opportunity of our presence here in Malta to extend our invitation as a forum to the countries of the European Union and the civil society of the European Union to learn from you on how we can work in the Arab region on the expansion and the enhancement of the role of civil society in the decision-making on issues of disability and issues of sustainable development. While we've been always, voicing this slogan, nothing without us, about us, we should also, nothing about us without us, we should also think of the new slogan that is, nothing should be without us. We should be involved in everything, not only in disability, and we have to make sure that the voices of persons with disabilities must be present in all levels of decision-making at the local, national, regional, and international level in terms of mainly the implementation of the Agenda 2030 of Sustainable Development Goals. Thus, we have to address the following issues in the Arab region that are still restraining or hindering this progress that we are eager to achieve. Number one, the ongoing dominance of the scene of the language of patronizing and isolation and stigma that is happening due to the lack of objective dialogue between representative of organizations of persons with disabilities and the traditional model of disability institutions. We believe that disability institutions must continue to play a significant role in lives of persons with disabilities, mainly on the level of service providing, but also we need to see a shift in this role to make these institutions supportive, or to play a role in supporting the process of systematic inclusion of persons with disabilities, the same like in Europe and the United States, where we see that these institutions stop being a place for isolation and segregation of persons with disabilities to becoming a major key player in the field of service providing for the process of inclusion. Number two, we would like to see more systematic recognition of the rights of persons with disabilities in government budgets, and also in the agenda of aid agencies and donors from the European Union. And thus, when we talk about this, we have to keep in mind that, yes, the political and the security situation in the Arab region, especially in countries that are still undergoing wars and political transition, are key factors in determining the direction through which the European Union and aid agencies from Europe determine its approach in the Arab region. However, we have to keep in mind that although the Arab region is undergoing these wars and political transitions, there are other parts in the region that are still undergoing extreme poverty in terms of the situation of persons with disabilities. Persons with disabilities in many Arab countries are still among the poorest of the poor, that we need to keep their needs and issues in mind. And last but not least, I would like to address the point that I would like to say that without freedom, we cannot achieve inclusion. And we have to admit that in the Arab region, there are lots of ongoing oppression of the role of civil society in many Arab countries. And we see that in the diminishing of the voices of civil society on many international level. And this is why I would like to take the advantage of our presence here as representatives of civil society organizations to voice this matter, because without that we cannot achieve real inclusion in the process of decision making, and also reach to the ultimate goal of being independent and also recognized as key players in the process of of socioeconomic development in our region. We would like to see more intervention from the European Union to pressure our governments, honestly, to allow civil society organizations to play more role in decision making, and also taking into consideration that organizations of persons with disabilities is a key partner within civil society organizations. We would like to extend our hands to our governments to tell them that if you want to work on disability, we have the expertise, we have the resources, we have the knowledge as civil society organizations to help you pursue better policies and have better programs on services, and also to enhance the rights of persons with disabilities in our countries. And I think we here, in this conference, we have the opportunity to work with the European Union, with the European countries, with the European Disability Forum to develop a real partnership and real model of partnership towards exchanging knowledge and expertise in how we can enhance the situation of persons with disabilities in the Arab region. Thank you very much.
So thanks a lot to all of the speakers who represented civil society and also regulatory bodies. This brings to a close this first session, but before we break for a coffee, which will happen in this room, you can also feel free to also take your coffee elsewhere. However, it is important that then you proceed to the workshops. The coffee station will be in here. So, but before that, let me remind you of the hashtags again. So hashtag EU Arab HLM and hashtag disability rights, and also at Malta.gov. So if any of you are speakers and have prepared speeches or PowerPoints and have not yet sent them to us, please approach the technical desk and do so, because it will make things much easier also for the interpreters. Another thing, could the rapporteurs and chairs of the 5 workshop panels please come to the front now at the start of the coffee break, just like to have a word with you. And finally, this morning you were assigned a workshop letter by the registration staff, so please stick to that workshop that you were assigned. We have balanced out the workshops, going by your choices, but also to ensure linguistic and also cultural balance. All workshops will have either simultaneous or consecutive interpretation according to your needs, and I will read out which the workshops are now and which rooms they are in. So after the coffee break, please proceed directly to the workshop that you were assigned. So workshop A, the journey towards independent and community living. That workshop will take place in the reading room on level 3. Workshop B, inclusive education towards a universal design for learning. That workshop will take place in the Carlson Suite on level 5. Workshop C, accessibility, will take place here in the Grand Ballroom on level 2. Workshop D, creating sustainable networks for inclusive employment. That will take place in the Marie-Louise Suite 1 on level 7. And the workshop E, best practice models for cross-sectoral coordination, will take place in the Marie-Louise Suite 2 on level 7. If you would like to confirm anything else as regards the workshops, please approach any of the staff members who are wearing dark blue badges during the coffee break. Thanks a lot. Enjoy the coffee break, and we will start again with the workshops at 10:15 a.m. Thank you. Hello? So slight correction with the timings. We are since it's 11:05 a.m., we are reconvening for workshops at 11:25 a.m. Okay?
persons with disability. In one of the welcome speeches held this morning, it was highlighted how accessibility is a main concern and a challenge in the area of disability, both from a rights perspective and also in terms of disability policy. And this is one of the first questions I would like to raise to our panel members. What are your views on this? How do you see accessibility? The challenges one meets in this area. We can start with you, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, everybody. And at first, I would like to thank the Maltese government and ESCWA and all participants of this very unique meeting. It opens doors and bridges for all of us and for disability worldwide to have more of a sustainable and inclusive societies. I always say in my speeches, accessibility is the spinal cord of the CRPD, of disability. Why? Because without accessibility, we cannot achieve many things. We cannot participate on an equal footage in society. Without accessibility, we cannot have education, we cannot have reach health, independent living, political participation, health. All articles of the CRPD are directly impacted by accessibility, and that is why I call it the spinal cord of the CRPD. We have so much models of disability, and maybe I should just say a very few words about why a convention on the rights of persons with disabilities. And typically, people with disabilities are traditionally discriminated against or patronized. Many people with disabilities are excluded from societies, or their human rights are not recognized or made accessible. And that's a direct impact of accessibility in my views. And then I'm sure many colleagues did talk about the paradigm shift of disability, where persons with disabilities are not objects in need of help. The CRPD affirms that persons with disabilities hold the same rights as all human rights, all humans. Human rights need to be inclusive and accessible to everyone on an equal basis with others. Why do I say that? Because we did not, the CRPD did not come up with new rights. We just reaffirm on the inherited rights that every human being have the minute they are born. So regardless of whether they're born with disabilities, non-disabilities, so that is why we stress a lot on accessibility. Who's protected by the convention? If we want to just touch on that. Or the definition, CRPD does not define disability, okay? It provides an open description that leaves room for expansion, so we can always expand on the level of accessibility in accordance of what we exactly need. Disability can be an impairment which hinders full and effective participation with others on an equal basis, such as long-term physical, mental, intellectual, or sensory problems. And of course, we cannot leave psychosocial disability out of it. Accessibility always, in my views, I look at it from two parts. There is the physical barriers that hinder us from reaching from point A to point B on equal footage, and there is the social barriers, and which is more difficult to deal with, and that is when we have to do mindsets, mind changes to societies. That's why we have to focus on children, young ages, to bring them up with these comments. Chair, please, whenever you feel that I expand on my time, let me know.
In fact, I was going to ask you, the CRPD has been with us since 2006, and many countries have signed it and or ratified it as well. I mean, what has been the impact of the CRPD? Has it been enough, or maybe one needs to do more to sort of raise more awareness about disability issues, and also in terms of compliance, whatever, you know?
Yes, that's a very good question, and I thank you for asking this question. Once we started with the CRPD back in 2006, 2007, quite a few countries signed and ratified. Now, there is two kinds of ratification. There is a political ratification, whereby countries just want to polish themselves in a human rights arena. And there is a sincere ratification where you truly believe in the issue and on equality and all of that. I think there is a need for more, yes, in order to enhance the CRPD and be more effective. CRPD more of an international umbrella, as we all know. But how can we transfer that international topic to a local level? And that is where we always find difficulties, because at the local level, we cannot monitor, basically, a true monitoring of what happens in a country that ratifies if there is no feedback from the local entity that, or local umbrella that focuses on disability. And that is why maybe in the Arab region we see a lot of higher council for disability rights being created among governments. Now it's still taking baby steps, but I think it's on the right path. It will take a lot more for us to achieve the CRPD articles in details.
But much progress has been made as well.
Yes.
One needs to recognize that as well.
Definitely.
Okay, I turn to Mr. Nabi. You come from Palestine. I know Palestine has its own contextual realities, which are very particular. Going from your experience, what are the issues there with regards to accessibility? How is being tackled the issue?
Yes. I want to speak in Arabic, so I need more easy. So use your translation, please. كمل معروفك. شو اسمه؟ خلاص خليه يكمل معروف يصور. خلاص. كمل معروفك.
Thank you, man. That's what she's me.
So you know the meaning. شو اسمك؟ شو اسمك؟ طيب اوكي. طبعا شكرا لمالطا لاستضافتها هذا المؤتمر وهي الورشه اللي بنعتقد انه هذه ورشه كثير هامه. وشكرا طبعا للأسكوة اللي احنا على تواصل معها من خلال لجنة الخبراء العرب اللي احنا قلنا بنشتغل على الأقل في موضوع الإعاقة أكثر من 3 سنين مع الأسكوة بالتحديد. زي ما بتعرفوا يعني فلسطين من أكثر الدول العربية اللي فيها زيادة في عدد الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وقد يعود السبب لسياسة الاحتلال وسياسة القمع اللي بيتعرض لها الشعب الفلسطيني من قبل الاحتلال الإسرائيلي. طبعا هذا الاحتلال له عمره حاليا 70 سنة يعني، فيمكن مناسبة باسم الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة بفلسطين نقول لكم يعني بننقل تحياتهم وكمان نفس الوقت معاناتهم من الاحتلال وسياسة الاحتلال بشكل عام. لأنه احنا بنحكي عن إعاقة، بنحكي عن في إعاقات طبيعية وبنحكي عن إعاقات أصابت مجموعة من الأشخاص وهم مناضلين، يعني هم نتيجة ممارسات مواجهتهم للاحتلال هم تعرضوا صار عندهم نوع من الإعاقات، فشوي صغيرة واقع فلسطين قد يختلف عن غيره. بالنسبة لموضوع الموائمات أو إمكانية الوصول بشكل عام، يعني في تجارب مجتمعية على المستوى المحلي بفلسطين بتتعلق بموضوع الموائمات وإمكانية الوصول، وفي تجارب كمان أو في أنظمة وتوجهات رسمية من قبل الحكومة ووزارة التنمية والوزارات الشريكة بشكل آخر. مثلا في عندنا نظام البناء الفلسطيني بلزم البلديات بممنوع ترخيص أي بناية إلا تكون فيها موائمات خارجية وموائمات داخلية، لأنه لا يكتفى في الموائمة أنه فقط اللي هي تعمل الرمبة اللي على مدخل العمارة، لا، بالضرورة أنه يكون في هناك موائمات داخلية بحيث أنه الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة يقدروا يتحركوا بأي مبنى عام بحرية. في عنا كمان يعني مبادرات لها علاقة بالقطاع الخاص والمستوى الرسمي زي سلطة النقد الفلسطينية وعلاقتها مع البنوك، لأنه بنحكي عن إمكانية الوصول، ما بنحكي عن موائمات فيزيائية فقط. يعني من يذهب إلى البنك وبحاجة لأي مساعدة يجب أن يكون البنك موائم، بمعنى يوجد هناك خبير في لغة الإشارة، مترجم لغة الإشارة، يوجد حدا يعني يساعد في نظام بريل للأشخاص اللي عندهم الإعاقات البصرية. طبعا بالإضافة لهيك بفلسطين في عندنا اتحاد للصم، وحاليا يعمل على قانون جديد لترجمة لغة الإشارة، وهناك دورات تدريبية بحيث أنه ممكن يعطوا الشخص نفسه يعني رخصة كي يمارس مهنة الترجمة للصم، وقد يستفاد من هذا المترجم سواء كان بالمحاكم أو في الإجراءات القانونية أو في الورش أو في الاجتماعات. فهذا كلاته إحنا بنعتبره يعني كمان مهم جدا في موضوع الموائمات. الأبرز من كل هذا الحكي، إحنا حاليا رايحين نحو قانون جديد للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. هذا القانون اللي إحنا بنشتغل عليه، إحنا لنا سنة بنشتغل عليه مع اليونيسف، منظمة اليونيسف الدولية وجامعة بيرزيت دائرة المعهد الحقوق في فلسطين. هذا القانون أكثر رايحين باتجاه حقوقي، والصبح يعني أحد اللي قدم مداخلة حكى عن موضوع يجب أن نخرج من موضوع الشفقة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة لموضوع حقوقي أكثر، وخصوصا أنه إحنا كفلسطين وقعنا على المواثيق الدولية والبروتوكول الاختياري الخاص بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وملزمين تعديل القانون لهذا السبب، بالإضافة لتعزيز المبدأ الحقوقي في موضوع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، لأنه هناك مسؤوليات مختلفة سواء كانت على الوزارات أو على المجتمع المدني أو حتى على القطاع الخاص. على أساس تثبت هذه القضايا هناك في ضرورة لقانون يلزم هاي المؤسسات الشريكة والوزارات الشريكة في دورها وأهمية الخدمات اللي بتقدمها للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. هذا بشكل مختصر وبشكل سريع. بالنسبة لموضوع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، إحنا بنحكي عن حوالي حسب آخر تعداد بنحكي عن 8.5 متأسف عدد الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة بفلسطين. بنحكي عن حوالي 250 ألف شخص ذوي إعاقة، وهي الأعداد يعني قد تكون قابلة للزيادة بأي وقت، لأنه في الحرب الأخيرة اللي تم استهداف فيها قطاع غزة كان في حكي حوالي عن 15 ألف شخص ذوي إعاقة في غزة لحالها بس من آخر حربين. فهذا يعني قابل للزيادة، وهذا ما يميز فلسطين للأسف الشديد، إنه إحنا يعني في عنا ضحايا بيزيدوا، وهذا الحكي بيتطلب مزيد من الخدمات. عشان هيك لم تعد موضوع الإعاقة هي مسؤولية حكومية فقط، هي مسؤولية مجتمعية بشكل عام يتحمل مسؤولياتها الحكومة والقطاع الخاص ومؤسسات المجتمع المدني بشكل أساسي.
Thank you for that information. Are there any checks and balances in place, taking into consideration the various institutions which operate in the field as well as NGOs and what have you, the various responsibilities and coordination? Does the legislation allow for that?
Yes. طبعا احنا يعني ما يميز العمل المجتمعي بفلسطين انه مؤسسات المجتمع المدني كان لها دور قبل قدوم السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية. ليش؟ مؤسسات المجتمع المدني بشكل عام وبالتحديد المؤسسات العاملة بموضوع الإعاقة كان لها دور وطني قبل قدوم السلطة الوطنية الفلسطينية، لأنه ما في حدا كان يتبنى حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. فالمؤسسات هذه يعني عندها خبرة طويلة وعندها باع طويل في موضوع العمل المجتمعي. هلا بعد قدوم السلطة وبعد ال 95 بعد أوسلو صار في هناك مأسسة للشغل ما بين الوزارات ومؤسسات المجتمع المدني وإيجاد تنسيق مباشر ما بين الوزارات المختلفة، لأنه هناك تداخل في الخدمات. لا يمكن الحديث عن أشخاص ذوي إعاقة بمعزل عن وزارة الصحة، وكذلك إذا بنحكي عن التعليم، وكذلك إذا بنحكي عن الحكم المحلي، البلديات بالتحديد اللي لها علاقة في الموائمات، في الشوارع، في الأرصفة، في كل القضايا الفيزيائية. ففي تنسيق عالي وفي مسؤولية مشتركة، وهناك يعني توجه حاليا بيتم الشغل عليه اللي هو تشكيل مجالس داعمة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في مختلف أنحاء فلسطين بشكل أساسي.
Thank you very much. Now I turn to Ms. Plasencia Porrero. It is estimated that there are about 80 million people who suffer from some degree of disability within the EU. I know that the EU has been working extensively in recent years on accessibility issues. Particularly, I have to highlight the European Accessibility Act. Maybe you can provide information on the aims and objectives of this proposal, and also what fair direction the EU proposes to take in the area of this accessibility. Thank you.
Okay, I think that it's important to understand the concept of accessibility that is being used at European level in terms of legislation. So accessibility is basically a tool to remove or prevent barriers that hinder the participation of persons with disabilities in society, in all aspects of society on equal basis with others. In that context, accessibility is not an aim in its own. It's really a tool for ensuring that equal participation. And it needs to be hand in hand with assistive technology, reasonable accommodation, personal assistance, all kind of personalized additional support provided to individuals. In that context, we have been working the last number of years to develop a legal framework, a legal ecosystem that would ensure the implementation of accessibility. In that legal ecosystem, we have got, on one hand, specific tools, specific legislation on accessibility. A big example of that is the European Accessibility Act that imposes accessibility obligation on a number of products and services. And I will talk a little bit more in detail in a few minutes about it. But in the same group of legislative acts, we can also refer to the Web Accessibility Directive that imposes obligations on web pages of public sector. The second set of legal instruments are the public procurement directives. So not only do we impose obligations on accessibility in the private sector to manufacturers and service providers, but also to public authorities to buy accessible products and services and infrastructures. And we are doing that using the same requirements so that there is a consistency between what we require the private sector to do and what we require the public sector to do. The third pillar in that legal framework is setting accessibility requirements in European funds. So whenever the EU provide funds like the European structural funds or development cooperation funds, external action funds, enlargement funds, then accessibility is an obligation. So, and in addition, the fourth pillar is the mainstreaming of accessibility in a specific sector legislation. So we have specific provisions, for example, in the area of telecommunications, in the area of audiovisual media service, in the area of transport. So with those four pillars, general accessibility legislation, I repeat, procurement legislation, funds, and sector legislation, we have completed the legal framework that to ensure that we have a coherent set of requirements put in place. Now, what the challenge now is going to be in these years is really the practical implementation. Because, okay, we have defined at the general level what is accessibility. We have set in that legislation functional accessibility requirements, but we need to go one step further, and we are working already on that, and mainly I would say on three areas. One is standards, development of technical solutions as one of the ways of implementing those functional requirements. So we have already some technical standards on the area of ICT. We have almost ready, is now going for inquiry vote, accessibility standard on the area of the built environment. And we have another standard, a very important one, dealing with a process-oriented, so what an organization needs to do in order to ensure that their outcome, whether it's a product or a service, becomes accessible. And this follows a design for all or universal design approach. For example, it says that you need to have someone responsible for accessibility, you need to have testing with users of your product, you need to incorporate the views of persons with disabilities in user needs, and so forth and so forth. So standards is one of the practical solutions that we need to enhance and now adapt to the legislation. Second is training and capacity building. Training of professionals, both in the private sector, engineers, architects, they need to be capable of building the accessibility that we are requiring. Training and capacity building among persons with disabilities, because at the end of the day, they need to understand what the law says, what are the requirements, what are the rights enshrined in that law, and how to claim those rights when the law permits that. And the third element is working on enforcement, so building the capacity also in public authorities, because the way that the legislation is built, the European legislation on accessibility is built, it puts a lot of obligations on the public sector to monitor, to check, to perform some checks on how accessibility is being implemented. So also there in the enforcement area, we need to invest on the public authorities, but also on judges and the legal professions. To end, I would like to say that particularly in the area of ICT, we're putting a lot of efforts to have those technical standards with accessibility solutions being made global. Accessibility of ICT is not a local issue. ICT products and services are around the globe, and we need to make sure that we have coherent standards across all continents, so that industry can really provide solutions that can fulfill requirements in different legal areas. So there, just to finish, to say that we are really having a cooperation with the US, for example, with other parts of the world. Our standard is used, for example, in Australia also, and we are happy to further invest in these global solutions with persons with disabilities. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there's a lot of talk within the EU circus about the need of having a more social Europe, a more social Europe.
Yes.
And we also have the European Pillar for Social Rights. How does accessibility feature in all this?
Okay, the European Pillar of Social Rights is a policy instrument that has been proclaimed by all member states, the Commission, all the European institutions, also the European Parliament, and it contains a number of principles with rights. There is one principle devoted, Principle 17, devoted to persons with disabilities. I mentioned it this morning. It's about social protection, it's about the right to employment and so forth. Now, disability is also mainstreamed in many other pillars in the area of education, in the area of other relevant issues on employment, but also in the area of essential services, where there is a principle devoted to social services. Accessibility is a key element, as mentioned in the pillar, to ensure that access, that equal access to all the rights and principles that are in the pillar. Without accessibility, we will not have access to employment, we will not have inclusive education, we will not have access to health services, long-term care, and of course, accessibility in itself is explicitly a requirement in essential services, telecommunication services, audiovisual services, and so forth, and that is also spelled out in the pillar. But as I said, as answering the first question, accessibility is a very important component, but needs to be seen together with assistive technology to achieve that equal access. At the end of the day, the accessibility as we defined in legislative terms is limited to the requirements that we put. And by definition, there will always be some people excluded for which the accessibility requirements are not enough. For those persons, we need to complement accessibility with targeted solutions, assistive technology, personal assistant, sign language interpreters, you name it. And that, going hand in hand, will achieve that equal access that the pillar is calling for.
Thank you very much for this contribution. Now I turn to our colleague, Dr. Busuttil, who's Director Investigations, Compliance and Enforcement within the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability. You have vast experience in this area in terms of compliance and enforcement. What are your views when it comes to accessibility? How is this being enforced here in Malta? Thank you.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to say marhaba to my Arab friends, which is actually the Maltese word for welcome. In Malta, first of all, I am a director from the Commission for the Rights of Persons with Disability, which was set up in 1987. And it was set up thanks to a number of parents who were fighting for the rights of their children. And the politicians at the time set up this commission, which in time was granted legal standing in 2000. In 2000, the piece of legislation that was passed and that put our commission into law also provided for accessibility. Now, one of the pillars is accessibility, but if we go and see the others, that no one can be excluded from receiving services. So that is accessibility to services, employment, education, so all the facets of life. Actually, in 2016, then we strengthened it because after working, from experience, we realized that the problems cannot be put into different pigeonholes, the issues. A person doesn't just go to a school and then progresses onto the workplace. There are all the emotional, the life journey of a person is not just pigeonholes, but it's a mixture of things. And we found out that, for example, the legislator had provided for laws that would prohibit steps of a certain height, but hasn't provided for the right of a disabled mother to care for her child. You see, so with experience, we have found out that, yes, we have had a limited view and haven't seen the bigger picture. I'm not saying that we're perfect, but we're striving to go towards perfection. And my department is the police, if you want to refer them to like that, because we investigate cases of with regards to disability. So people come to us and they explain their problems, and we see whether first they have a case, because unfortunately there are people who use their disability as a business card, like to say, but I have this right. No, you don't have a right to that. It's just you want to use your disability to get an unfair a service that you don't require, or something that is not, and you are not entitled to it. So we are advocates for fairness, but fairness from everybody. It's like the concept of reasonableness. You have to provide a reasonable accommodation, but even the request has to be reasonable. And we are fair with that as well. However, when it comes to accessibility, with physical accessibility, it's the largest area that we investigate, and we have the largest setup internally. So, as the gentleman said, that there are in your municipalities you have to give the building permits. Here, our size doesn't permit the municipalities, but it's a national authority. So the national authority, which is the planning authority, doesn't grant a building permit unless there is a compliance certificate or a non-objection from our commission. So I have a section of draftspersons. We started off with one, now we have 5, both because we are getting more into depth and deep into what we are investigating. Plus, there is a building boom in the country, so we need more people to revise and assess. Plus, then we also investigate cases when it comes to employment. So, for example, deaf people who are passed over for promotions. It is if you really want to go to the core of the matter, it is accessibility, because if I do not have access to a means of communication that can project my potential, that I can ensure that my employer knows that I'm a good worker, hardworking, and that I have potential, and potentially can be a manager or a director, that is a lack of accessibility, and that's the problem with that. Personally, I see. We are working towards employing more people with disability, and we are making a success out of it. But certain jobs are still at the telephone operator level, with due respect to telephone operators who are really important. But people enjoy the concept of integration versus inclusion, you know. A person with disability shouldn't be part of the setup as if it were a piece of furniture. It has to be an integral part and a functional part, which leads towards the aims of the organization. So, yes, I think that we are striving towards going that way, and even within our commission, we have a program of training. We go and train the public service, private organizations, and we also do refresher courses so that we can also help and empower employers to see persons with disability as potentially good workers. And even though we have a law here that there are fines if you don't employ persons with disability, there is a quota system. And okay, it's good because, you know, if you don't have a job, you can't enjoy life like everybody else. But if you have gone through the educational system, but then once you apply for a job, there is a really unfair advantage for your non-disabled peers just because they do not have a disability. That's wrong. And that is what we are striving to tackle.
Thank
you, Bernard, for that information. As you said, I think accessibility is a complex issue. It has many facets, and that is why it is difficult to address as well. And maybe on this issue of, you mentioned training, which has also been mentioned previously, how important is awareness raising and making people, especially people with disabilities, aware of their rights and their entitlements? Maybe, I don't know if anyone wishes to comment.
Yes, awareness raising is a very important topic, and it's a core article of the CRPD as well. Without raising awareness on a continuous basis, you have to have the momentum in order to achieve goals and measure your achievements down the road. So, and that's why I stressed early on that we need to launch major awareness campaign, utilize all kind of media, social media, whatever you can in order to keep the issue up, sparkling all the time. We focus a lot on young people, because young people, they are the leaders of tomorrow. So if we educate them rights from an early on stages, we can ensure a good system down the road. So awareness raising, in my views, is another key pillar of the CRPD.
Yes, I could not agree more of the importance of awareness raising. So I would like just to complement the answer by saying that awareness raising needs to include both rights and obligations. It needs to make sure that people with disabilities know what they are entitled to, and others need to be also aware about what their obligations are, what they have to provide. But those are very much linked to issues I mentioned before. One is competence. It's not knowing in general, I have a right to employment, but under what conditions? What does the legislation say? Or I have a right to accessibility, yes, but which technical solutions are there? How it can how can it be implemented? But also awareness raising about enforcement possibilities. How do I claim my rights? When there is a breach on accessibility or any other right of the convention, how can I act to ensure that not only am I compensated, but that accessibility breach is solved? So yeah, awareness raising needs to be complemented with these other elements too.
Yes, about the awareness, we have a good experience in Palestine. So we have the department dealing with people with disability and dealing with the organization of people with disability. It's part of our general directorate. It's in the Ministry of Social Development. So we did different kind of activities to make this kind of awareness and education other people's is important. So part of the campaign that we did with the union of the drivers, because as a driver, if you saw people with disability in the street, so maybe you prefer to take another passenger, not the people with disability, because it takes time and take place. And so we target this kind of, we're targeting again the student in the universities, and we try to make like a group supporting the people with disability in their universities. For example, at Birzeit University, we have a big group. We have people with disability, we have people needing some help with reading or writing, so we try to make this kind of a group in different universities in Palestine. And we're targeting the families, which is very important, because the important is if you have son or daughter, people with disability, it's important to target the family, how to deal with their sons, because it's not easy for the family if they have people with disability. So part of help for the families to talk and to help and to educate the fathers, the mothers, the brothers, how to deal and how to take care for. This is part of about awareness.
Locally, we have taken the carrot and stick approach. When it comes to the carrot, I believe that, for example, if we speak to employers, we should tell them that it is profitable to have a person with disability, that there is a certain advantage. For example, a hotel has to have accessible rooms and accessible facilities, not only because there is a legal obligation, but because it is profitable. Until a few years ago, Malta had a very big problem of seasonality. When it comes to winter, only certain people used to come in Malta. Most of them used to be pensioners from the UK. So if that catchment population is potentially elderly, potentially they need accessible rooms. So it pays to provide a service to disabled people because it's not exclusive only to disabled people, but you can still sell that product to everybody else. So I think that besides hammering, and that's the approach that we take, we offer them the advantage. You have to give them the sugar coating, because most people the first thing that they will see is a burden. But I believe that the way to attack the situation is either provide a bigger burden, that is legal sanctions or fines, or else to incentivize people to include, to remove barriers. But the best possible approach is to normalize disability. In this day and age in our country, no one bats an eyelid if somebody is gay. Nobody cares, as if it's kind of normal. It got normal. And I believe that disability needs to be normalized as well. Our natural reaction should be, so what, okay, but there are services, it's nothing big. But I think that's the utopia that we all are working towards. So, but maybe one day, not far away, we'll get there.
Hopefully we'll get there, yes, that's right. I don't know if there are interventions from the floor. Anyone? Yes? Keep it, thank you.
Thank you very much for a very interesting workshop, and I really appreciated the variety of the speakers, because it ranged from people just starting the scale and people in the middle of the scale. So the differences that we have seen portrays maybe where the Arab world will be in 5 or 10 years, and the European will have moved all along the scale, and it's by all means very enthusiastic, very we will be very enthusiastic to follow suit in this case. Actually, from my own point of view, and as everybody knows, is that we have the preconceptualized idea that accessibility is an expensive thing to do. And this is one of the major things that we have as a problem in the Arab world, is to tackle that actually accessibility is not a very costly thing. If we started from scratch, it's almost zero cost. But if we started after we finish building and to demolish or to refurb, to reinvent the wheel and remove the stairs and make a ramp, then it becomes, the cost comes here. So it's very important to start in our awareness campaigns to convince our governments to start from scratch, and to work on, when we are renewing things, we do it according to the codes of accessibility. So we have to renew schools, we have to renew toilets in schools. So when we do it, it has to be done according to the code. So we go along with what is new, and what is being renewed in this way. So we will have only the part left that what about the old buildings and the things that are not so often renewed. Then here we start working on the awareness of the people in charge. And here I'm talking on the political will, starting from the president, prime minister, governorates, and all the people that are really holding the responsibility one way or another, being able to spend the money, being able to take the decision of accessibility. And also, I need to differentiate between two things: accessibility in its physical sense, having ramps, having talking elevators, having some sign language posters somewhere, and it's in its bigger sense and comprehensive sense, having inclusive schools, having inclusive universities, having rehabilitation done properly everywhere. And I think we have to work parallel on both things. And if the road is quicker doing physical accessibility, then it will lead us to more inclusive schools. But also we need to work on having, for example, all children with visual disability inside the schools, because they are supposed to be included and mainstreamed without any further delays. So I will talk about how we tackled this problem in Egypt. And from my own point of view, as Engineer Tarauna has said, I believe that really accessibility is the core issue and is the main factor that affects everything in the life of persons with disability. Yes, it is the spinal cord of life for persons with disability. So when we had the year 2018 as the year for disabled people as announced by our president, when we brainstormed in our committee for women with disability, what are we going to do this year and how are we going to really have an impact and a strong impact, an unforgettable impact, we decided that we will go for having accessibility in different governorates. So we divide the concept of asking that all Egypt be accessible into small 27 governorates, and we start targeting each governor and try to convince him that this is a very core issue, and this will give him credit in front of the Prime Minister, in front of the President, that he is really implementing the major concept of celebrating disability in the year 2018. And through our campaign, we managed to access a number of governorates, and here you can see the difference in the awareness of the different governorates. Some governorates, when they heard what we want to do and that accessibility is serving 60% of the population in his governorate, they started running and started to look for money from either wealthy people in the governorate, or from different places where they have budgets. They would distract parts and start accessing. And others were very slow and not really very convinced. So we pushed together next to them NGOs to make them more inspiring, that we need accessibility, we will work with you on accessibility. NGOs started looking for funding and start accessibility. Then the governor would feel, aha, this is really a good image for our governorate to work on. And and then they caught up and started gaining momentum. So I believe that we have to always find ways and think out of the box with bright new ideas according to the culture in the country and in the area of how to make accessibility really becomes the #1 issue in the heads of the people who are responsible, because accordingly it trickles down and starts infiltrating in the different parts. Thank you.
Thank you for that contribution. Any other member of the wishing to intervene? Yes.
Stephen Vella, I represent ADHD Malta. And people with other disabilities, intellectual disabilities. I have a number of comments, and a number of questions, especially for the EU and the national standards of CRPD. When we're talking about accessibility, we make a lot of focus on physical disabilities. It has been mentioned that, of course, accessibility for disabilities is holistic. We do understand that, but does the EU and the legislation that and the 4 pillars that you mentioned earlier, we're talking to Ms. Plasencia Porreiro, do they take into consideration the accessibility of people with intellectual disabilities as well, not just ramps. Well, when I say just, I'm not putting it down or anything, but not just physical disabilities, but also disabilities that, as Dr. Busuttil mentioned very rightly, in the workplace, for example, for people with ADHD, an open office is a nightmare. Okay. Admittingly, it's a nightmare for most people, but let's say that for people with ADHD, it's even worse, because even typing of other people will be distracting. So employers need to understand these needs, and there are very simple ways of, for example, I can see the people who are doing the translations. A person like me would love to work in a cubicle like that, because I can actually not hear the sounds around me, and I can put something down and concentrate. When I need to work with other people, because people with ADHD and several other intellectual disabilities can work in groups as well, especially high-functioning people, then they can work in groups as effectively as other people. But I have had the experience of my own output going down because I was working in an open office, for example. And my employer, my director, couldn't understand why first I was working in one way and suddenly my output was going out of the window. When I tried to explain, they then came up with compliance, building compliance problems. Because if we put you in a cubicle like that, it would be difficult for you to come out very quickly if a fire if there is a fire, for example. That was their excuse for then letting me go, for example. So that's one question. The other question, again, on EU, and accessibility to resources to the families with people with disabilities, because it is one thing for an adult with ADHD, for example, trying to get access to resources, etc. But at the same time, as again Dr. Busuttil mentioned, this is throughout life, and it starts from the home, from the family. And people with disabilities, as parents that have children with intellectual disabilities, need certain resources to help them for their children to actually gain better education, understanding, knowledge transfer, and so many other things that at the end of the day, they need a lot of money to do so. Unless there is help from the government, and other resources, then school is only one facet of a person's life. Most of the knowledge and learning processes that come out, that a young child will develop, that will keep on going throughout life, is the family life. If that is strained, because both parents have to work, it is very expensive to get tutors, learning tutors that are not just at work, at school, but also at home, etc., and also teaching the parents to how to deal with their children in a way that is inclusive and etc., then it will be a big problem as the child grows up and becomes an adult, and that will continue following throughout life then. So that's my second question, again directed towards the EU and what's happening in Malta at the moment. I would love to know that. And my last question, and I won't talk about comments so that I will leave the floor for other people, is accessibility and the EU again, and the 4 pillars in consideration with accessibility of services and needs for people with intellectual disabilities. When it comes to for example, not just at work, as I mentioned before, like in lighting conditions and provisions such as providing a person like me with a quiet place so that I can write a report, for example, which I need to do on my own, but also at home. So Dr. Busuttil mentioned the built environment. So there is compliance for ramps, and inside the house there have to be the chairs, the lifts, etc., for people with particular disabilities. I am assuming there is also help for people with other physical disabilities inside the house. But where it comes to intellectual disabilities, a person such as myself, for example, needs a quiet room. Where I don't hear the sound outside, where I have, in my particular disability, I have a problem with, I have a hypersensitivity to white light. So a lot of light for me is very hurtful. It gives me migraines, and I need to have special curtains and things like that. I didn't get permission from the, I didn't even ask actually, I needed to build a room on my roof, and I wasn't given permission through the planning authority to build, to get funds to be able to have a room with double glazing, with what do you call them? The light, of course, is very simple. You get yellow light rather than white light, but those curtains that are very dark, and the blackout curtains, I had to spend, I'm just saying this just so that we know what the costs are. I spent 18,000 euros by the end of it to build the room to my specifications so that I could concentrate. I now work from home, mostly, and that is my office. But to do that and be able to work, because I had to become a self-employed person, because going to an interview, for example, and stating, Dr. Busuttil again mentioned that there is a lot of awareness, but you go to an interview and you mention you have X, Y, Z, rather than your employer or the panel that is in front of you asking you, what can my company do to help you become more efficient at work? Because you do have the what do you call them, the requirements for that particular job. They actually ask you something else. They start saying, so they either say directly that they do not have the requirements, physical requirements or whatever it is, or else they use your what do you call it, your your disability in a way against you, because they will tell you, if you are in a high-level meeting and you get flustered, you are going to start screaming and shouting, and I'm like, and you don't know what to answer to that. So these are things that have to do with knowledge transfer, I think. So if you can answer, give me some illumination on this, it will be much appreciated.
Contribution. I don't know if there are any other interventions you would like to. Okay. Kindly introduce yourself, name and organization or country.
Don't your questions need answers first?
I think they're going to answer after.
We can take them afterwards. Let's finish the round of interventions, and then we can reply to your question.
Right, now I'm a little unprepared, sorry about that. My name is Martijn Dekker, and I am the chair of a UK organization called Autscape, which runs a conference that is organized by and for autistic people with autism. So our community, our autistic community, has a lot in common with yours, sensory issues mainly. But the thing that autistic people struggle with most when trying to function in society is social accessibility. Autistic people have a brain that works differently. It's a neurological condition, and it influences pretty much every way we perceive the world and in which we express ourselves. And externally, it can manifest in extremely different ways, from the classical image of the profoundly autistic child sitting in a corner rocking, being unable to communicate, which people might be familiar with, but more recent insights have shown that actually autism is a spectrum where people can vary all the way from appearing to be really profoundly autistic to being nearly normal. But at the same time, there's also research that shows that autistic people, without knowing it, make non-autistic people really uncomfortable. Like within about 10 seconds of first meeting, a non-autistic person might get the feeling like, oh, this person makes me really uncomfortable for some reason that I can't quite put my finger on. Like what is that? So they can't really define it, but the result is that autistic people find themselves being socially excluded. Now, another issue is that autism historically was considered to be a psychiatric condition. Back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, mothers were primarily blamed for causing their children's autism. It was blamed on a lack of maternal love. Nowadays, it is understood to be a neurological condition that exists in the brain. But it is still primarily treated in a psychiatric sort of way, like as if it is a disease of some kind that people need to be cured of. And both the autism science as well as organizations run by parents of autistic children are very, very much oriented towards normalizing the autistic person, towards making them appear as normal, as non-autistic as possible. Autism treatment, like applied behavioral analysis, is oriented primarily towards eliminating autistic behaviors and replacing them with socially acceptable behaviors that we have to learn as if they are somehow tricks. So basically the result is that autistic people, especially those with the ability to appear relatively normal, end up doing something that's called masking, like putting on a kind of social mask, hiding who they are, hiding themselves, and basically constantly playing an act. It's a bit like playing playing a game of chess, and you always have to be one step ahead of the other person in the, in these rituals of social interaction, which don't come naturally to us. So we have to learn all of that intellectually. Now, as you might imagine, this comes at a great cost to autistic people in terms of mental effort, in terms of mental health. Autistic people have an atrociously high suicide rate, to the point where it reduces our average life expectancy by a couple of decades. Autistic people have an atrociously high unemployment rate. About 80% of people with autism are unemployed. Autistic people are basically systematically, not consciously, but still systematically excluded from society. Now, I help run this conference, Audscape. I'm the chair of the organization. It is so far the only major multi-day autism conference in Europe that is run by autistic people and not by parents and professionals for, or primarily about autistic people. So the emphasis at Audscape is then obviously very different from that at other autism conferences. Actually, I would say that the primary function of Audscape for autistic people is that for 3 days you have permission to be yourself. It is okay to engage in autistic-like or autistic-looking behaviors, like, self-stimulatory behaviors like rocking or something like that, or just noticing all kinds of odd things that other people don't notice, so just the fact that we share this different way that our brain works drastically increases the social accessibility of the environment, and this is inclusion is extremely important for everybody, including autistic people, but this tells me that inclusion is not the whole answer, because people with disabilities, especially with disabilities that make you very different from others, they also need their own community. They need to be able to touch base with other people who are like themselves, because if you are the only one in your social environment who is like you, then you're going to be very, very isolated. Now, autistic people, have trouble often initiating and regulating social interaction. So I'd like to show one particular accessibility feature that we implemented at Audscape. It actually came out of the United States, but we improved it a little. We have interaction badges that we wear at the conference, or initiation badges, we sometimes call them. And there's a green one that says, please initiate. I would like to socialize, but have difficulty initiating. Please initiate with me. This one is meant to help the people who stand around wishing they could talk to someone, but they have no idea how to begin. So hopefully, if you wear a green badge, you'll be noticed. Then there is the yellow one, saying, I would only like to talk to people who I've given prior permission to, like people who I already know, like friends or family. You wear this one if you're really not up to interacting with strangers. And people with autism often need some time to themselves. Now, there's the red one. No initiation. Please don't initiate any interaction with me. Leave me alone, basically. That's the leave me alone badge. I just need some time to myself. Now, and then there's the white one, the neutral one, which you can wear if you don't need any of that. And you can just regulate yourself. Now, this is a way of making things explicit that really are things that are negotiated unconsciously, well, but pretty much by instinct, by other people. This is a way of making that explicit. Now, of course, it only sort of works within Audscape. It wouldn't really work if I used it here, because we don't share this sort of autistic sort of interaction style here. Because our differently working brain causes a sort of different interaction dynamics, a different way of, it's almost like a different communication style. I see parallels here, for instance, with the deaf community that use their own sign language. With autism, it's a lot more subtle, but there are definite differences that we have in common, and it's hard to put your finger on exactly what that is. But, so within that sort of culture, this works, but it would be nice if there were more awareness of this sort of thing as well. In addition to sensory accessibility, which you've talked about, and physical accessibility, I would like to advocate also for awareness of social accessibility, because this is actually a major part of what keeps autistic people out of jobs, the inability to do the informal networking and to socialize in the breaks, etc. Well, I've talked long enough, haven't I? So thank you.
It was very interesting what you said.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing with us that information, also your experiences, and I think you have also shown us a very innovative way of passing on the message, you know, what you call social networking as well. I think we have one last intervention. We have to be a bit brief because we're running out of time.
Very shortly. I am a policy officer at the European Union of the Deaf. So the network of organizations on the European level representing deaf people. We're also a member of European Disability Forum. So what I just quickly want to mention is that accessibility for different types of people with disabilities mean different things. And I think the core is to actually, while legislating on accessibility, to do it meaningfully and effectively is the way by consulting organizations representing certain types of people with disability, because only then you can understand what exactly the accessibility means for deaf community, what exactly the accessibility is for people with autism, and that is a very effective way of understanding and transposing it meaningfully into legal obligations, which in a way will directly impact lives of people with disabilities.
Thank you, very valid points. Thank you very much. Maybe we'd like to answer to the questions which have been raised by. You start.
Well, to tie with what the lady has said, and also everybody else, the importance of consulting with the people themselves. When it comes to intellectual disability, we consult with a self-advocacy group here in Malta, who's entirely made up of intellectually disabled people. And they have a facilitator, but the job of this person is only to facilitate and to help out the discussion, or to bring about if, for example, the members of this group want to discuss one particular topic, this facilitator helps in getting the expert of the field and brings the person over to discuss with this group. And so even when we have policies or we have certain decisions, we bounce it off with them. The same, now this is getting more institutionalized because since last year or the year before, I'm not sure, we have the Autism Council now. So there is a council made up of people on the autism spectrum with whom we can discuss issues, and we are working very much in sync with them, so that even what Dr. Stephen was saying, that when it comes to accessibility standards, we can implement those standards which are more conducive towards helping people on the autism spectrum gaining more accessibility. Right now, unfortunately, we are more reactive. That is, people come to us and say, listen, I've got this problem because that service, that place, that whatever is not accessible to me because I'm on the autism spectrum. And we try and solve the problem, making the owner of the place to change things or to practices. One thing that I wanted to mention also, that within our own commission, over 2/3 of the staff members are people with disabilities, with different disabilities. We've got people who have visual disabilities, deaf, psychosocial, so there is a lot of spectrum, and I think that is the best way how to raise awareness with people. Imagine if our commission was made up of only no disabilities at all, but we are preaching out that you have to be inclusive, but we are not inclusive ourselves, that would be ridiculous. But when people come to our offices, even the President of the Republic this week, the Honorable Minister was with us as well, and the President of the Republic was impressed by the way how people are integrated within our system, and everybody offers a valid contribution, and people have responsibilities, and regardless of their disability.
Yes, okay. So quite a number of questions, and I'll try to put them together. The answer, trying to put a number of them together. Well, first of all, in relation to accessibility, the different questions put on accessibility. The way in which we conceive accessibility and has been put forward in the European legislation is about ensuring that the characteristics of the products or the services that we are trying to make accessible are usable by the largest number of persons. If you depart from that point, accessibility becomes an issue of flexibility, personalization, adaptation, choices, and preferences. So basically, the more flexible, the more different characteristics that a product or a service has, it allows individuals to choose how they want to interact and to take their own preferences. Now, and responding to their own needs. Now, in the case of persons with intellectual disabilities, some of the features that we have got in the Accessibility Act address some of the elements that you have mentioned before. For example, we have a requirement for the texts or the user interface, the information to be provided, to be understandable. And there is even a requirement to limit the level of complexity that information provided to clients on a service can be given. It's also about, we have requirements about being able as an individual in the interfacing with products and services to change the time required for responses, for providing a response, the time for interaction. If you are in front of a device, a self-service terminal, or you are interacting with a person. It's also a matter of consistency. When you press a button, or when you introduce, when you ask a question, the reaction of the devices have to be systematically the same. Or a website, you cannot just be having a different reaction performing the same action. This confuses person. So there are quite, and these are just some examples. So many of the requirements in the Accessibility Act and in the European standard in relation to ICT accessibility address the needs of persons with intellectual disabilities, including persons with autism or persons with HDSD. What is important to know is that there are always be examples of requirements that are not met. And for that, we need, again, I insist on the importance of not confusing accessibility with equal access. Accessibility is what we do before even we meet a person with a disability. It needs to be done in advance, is preventive, while reasonable accommodation is reactive. So you can prepare yourself in advance and have as many requirements as possible. You will always find yourself with one particular individual for which you have not foreseen what the needs are. And in those cases, we have an obligation of reasonable accommodation, certainly in EU law in relation to employment, this obligation in relation to access on goods and services is still being negotiated. The Commission proposed a directive on equal access to goods and services, but it is blocked in Council, so we are not able to advance. But if that would be adopted, there would be also this tandem obligation of accessibility together with reasonable accommodation. Now, on the second set of questions now in relation to family resources and family life and accommodation there, I would like to say that the EU has got very limited competencies in that matter. Most of the competence lies on national governments, even local and regional governments. So we need to work together in order to ensure that individuals with disabilities or families with individuals with disabilities have got the resources they need in order to have a life and inclusion in society, participation on equal basis with others. In order to do that, I mean, at European level, in the European Pillar of Social Rights, we have set this type of principles. But then it comes to that scale or those different steps until you reach the financial resource. And that is something that we need to, as I said, to work together. However, let me give you some examples in which we have mainstreamed this issue at European level. In the recent adopted directive on work-life balance is about getting time off for personal matters when you have a child, when you have a family member with illness or whatever. There are special provisions, for example, for parents of children with disabilities, but also, and this is very important, parents that have got a disability themselves, so that they might need extra time when the child is born, when they adopt a child, or when a family member gets ill. So we are constantly trying to mainstream this concept of paying attention to the individuals and family environment. In terms of resources, the European level makes sure that it is possible to provide this reasonable accommodation, and the European social funds finance this whenever there are projects or programs developed by the member states or the regions. But also the European state aid regulation clearly states that providing reasonable accommodation at work, so adapting the work environment for persons with disability, is an area for which state aid can be used without any problem. And finally, my last point is about housing. We are more and more working or concerned at European level about housing, lack of housing, people that are homeless, and there also in the initiatives, policy initiatives that we are doing, because again, most of the competence are at national level and local level, we are including accessibility. There is a strong correlation between people that are homelessness and persons with disabilities, and we are ensuring that or requiring that accessibility is contemplated there.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to close up, a brief intervention.
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. I would just highlight very quickly on maybe 3 issues. Instead of getting into the universal design concept, that's going to eliminate a lot of issues and difficulties that we already have or in existence with like national codes or whatever. And then we stress again on Article 32 of the CRPD, international cooperation. And I remember I raised this issue during our formal review with the EU, that you need to ensure that you do a lot of funds outside, that accessibility is an integral part of it. And third thing, and I will close, we need really to pay close attention to the 2030 agenda, sustainable development agenda, especially goal number 4 and goal number 11, that stress on friendly cities, and that makes life a lot easier for everybody. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Just a few words about in general. I think if we're talking about people with disability, if you don't have the ability and we don't have the policy in different aspects of people with disability. I think the good law and the good rules, and if it's not enough. So we need to change the attitude of the people, how to deal with people with disability. We have to change the attitude with the people with disability themselves, that you have power and you have to use your power as part of the society. This is very important. If we're talking about accessibility, it's very small issues from all issues that the people with disability need. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. We come to the end of this workshop. I would like to thank our panel speakers for the valuable contributions, or to all those who attended. I also would like to thank Andrea, who has been patient with us, taking note of all the comments that have been raised, because he has been our rapporteur for this workshop. One last piece of news. I've been informed that the lunch will be networking lunch will be taking place at the Contiki restaurant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
تنين باتريس عنده.
We will be starting shortly. Everyone take your seats, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Nofs, Al-Jabela, thank you.
We'll be starting shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you had a good first part of the morning, useful workshops, and also a good lunch, and that you also managed to enjoy a bit of the Maltese weather today. So we are going to proceed to the next panel. The panel will be held in plenary and will tackle the theme of Article 33. Best practices. We're going to look at Article 33 from a number of different aspects, that of implementation, that of coordination, and that of monitoring, from both government, regulator, and civil society point of view. I'd like to also remind you in the meantime of the hashtags, hashtag EUArabHLM, hashtag disability rights, and at MaltaGov. So, just a little note also, because after this plenary session, there is a coffee break, and after that there will be 2 parallel sessions. You have been assigned A or B this morning for the plenary sessions. If you would like to check which plenary session you are, not in this one, now we're all together here. After this one, you can check with our staff members who have dark blue badges. Just to mention that the civil society panel, after this one, will happen in the Carlton Suite on level 5, while the session B on international cooperation will happen here in the ballroom. So I would like now to welcome the panel here, Mr. Emmanuel Darmanin, the chair, and also different speakers, Dr. Heba Hagras from Egypt, Ms. Raja Benbrahim from Tunisia, Mr. Oliver Scicluna from Malta, Mr. Declan O'Brien from Ireland, and Dr. Humberto Imsolera from the European Disability Forum. Thank you. Good day.
It's fine, all right? We can start? All right, we can start. And up zone left. Yes, you will. Honorable guests, colleagues, friends, I'd like to welcome you all to this session where we will be discussing Article 33 and best practices in its implementation and monitoring of the Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disability. First of all, I am Emmanuel Darmanin, and I work at the Office of Disability Issues in Malta, within the Junior Ministry for Disability and Active Aging. Practically, this office is Article 33.1 of the Convention, indeed the focal point and the coordination mechanism. I would like to introduce our panel for this session. Ms. Raya Benbrahim, Honorable Dr. Heba Hagras, Dr. Humberto Imsolera, Mr. Declan O'Brien, and Mr. Oliver Scicluna. We practically have just 1 hour. I was ordered, strict 1 hour for this session. I will start by giving a 5-minute brief introduction to the Maltese experience and understanding of Article 33. Then I will suggest 10 minutes for each of member of the panel. for their presentation, and then we will open the floor for you so that we can discuss arising issues. Then we will wrap up with a final round from each panelist. Very short, yes. Yes, too short. So, Article 33, in brief, states that in order for the implementation and monitoring of the current convention, signatory countries shall designate one or more focal points, a coordination mechanism, and an independent mechanism. Also, Article 33 highlights the need that civil society, in particular persons with disability and their representatives, shall also be involved in the monitoring of the convention. This was specifically highlighted in the UNCRPD General Comment number 7, which was, as you well know, was adopted last September 2018. From my experience, working at the Maltese National Focal Point Office, persons with disabilities still face significant attitudinal, physical, legal, economic, social, and also communication barriers to participate in all aspects of their life. Thus, the importance of Article 33, where the structuring of the implementation and its monitoring systems are shaped. Article 33.1. I'll try to be very short and brief. The focal point and the coordination mechanism. In Malta, this is represented by the Office for Disability Issues, which is the technical arm, whereas the Junior Ministry, on the other hand, for Disability and Active Aging, is the political arm of this structure. The ODI, the Office of Disability Issues, is also responsible for the development of policies for implementing the UNCRPD, also guided by the National Disability Policy, which in 2016 was written by the Just Society Committee, formed from persons with disability, their representatives, families, and other stakeholders, which at the time was also the National Consultation Committee to the Convention. Another element derived from Article 33.1 is the National Coordination Mechanism. In Malta, the function of the coordination mechanism is based on its intervention through the interdepartmental coordination meetings and the interministerial coordination meetings. Through these meetings, different ministries of the Maltese government and respective departments aim for a better coordination through all the phases of the implementation of the convention. Article 33.2 then, on the other hand, highlights the importance of the independent mechanism for a fair and just monitoring of the implementation process of the convention. In our case, and I reckon Oliver will provide more details in this regard later on, the Maltese Commission for the Rights of Persons with a Disability is the national independent mechanism. The CRPD, also, as guided by the PARI principles, is independent from the government and is our national watchdog in regards to the implementation of the convention. Finally, the consultation mechanism is emphasized in Article 33.3, which is also guided by Article 4.3 of the Convention, and more importantly, emphasized by the General Comment number 7, adopted last September. The consultation mechanism, in our case, is an important structure, which its aim is to liaise with all stakeholders, to organize specific initiatives, awareness, public consultations, but most importantly, to the full involvement in decision-making prior and during the implementation process of the convention from all civil society, persons with disability, and their representatives. The consultation mechanism in our case is formed solely by the civil society, mainly persons with disability, their families, and representatives. Finally, apart from my experience and sharing our understanding of Article 33, it will be very interesting to listen to other countries' practices, experience, and understanding. It will be also interesting to discuss difficulties encountered in order to implement Article 33. Without further ado, now I will turn to our guest speakers for this session. First, I will start introducing briefly each guest on our panel. So, we have, as I told you, just 10 minutes, so let's be as short as possible. We will start from Ms. Raya Ben Brahim, Director, Solidarity and Social Development, UNCRPD National Focal Point, Ministry of Social Affairs, Tunisia. Yes.
Thank you very much. عذرا سأحاول أن أتكلم باللغة العربية لأن المداخلة كانت باللغة العربية وسكون موجزة بقدر الإمكان. لقد تصدرت الاتفاقية الدولية لحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة باكورة إنجازات المجموعة الإنسانية خلال الألفية الثالثة، واعتبارا لأهميتها كإحدى مكونات منظومة حقوق الإنسان الأممية صادقت عليها تونس وتواصل سعيها إلى تطبيق مقتضياتها وتدابيرها. وعلى إثر تقديم تقرير تونس سنة 2011 لدى اللجنة الأممية المعتنية بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة ولضمان متابعة أهداف الألفية بما يتلائم وحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وإثر كما كنت أذكر تقديم تقرير تونس في سنة 2011 أحدثت لجنة وطنية لدراسة تنفيذا لتوصيات اللجنة الأممية المعتنية بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. قامت الجمهورية التونسية بإحداث لجنة وطنية لدراسة توصيات وملاحظات اللجنة الأممية المعنية بحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة على مستوى وزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية، ممثلة من جميع الأطراف الحكومية ذات العلاقة وتنظيمات المجتمع المدني لدراسة التوصيات واتخاذ التدابير. وقد انبثقت عن اللجنة الوطنية لجنتان، الأولى اعتنت أو أوكلت إليها مهمة مراجعة النصوص القانونية وملائمتها للتشريع وملائمة التشريع الوطني لروح ومقتضيات الاتفاقية الدولية. كما اعتنت اللجنة الثانية بالنظر في البرامج والآليات الموجهة للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة والعمل على مواكبتها لروح الاتفاقية. هذا وتجدر الملاحظة بأن مجلس نواب الشعب يضم 9 لجان قارة تتولى دراسة المشاريع وتقديم مقترحات لقوانين، ومن ضمن هذه اللجان لجنة الصحة والشؤون الاجتماعية، ومن بين مهامها النظر في المسائل المتعلقة بشؤون الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. كما أنه للمجلس لجان خاصة تعهد إليها دراسة جميع المسائل ومتابعة الملفات والقضايا التي تدخل ضمن اختصاصها، ومن بينها لجنة شؤون الإعاقة والفئات الهشة التي تنظر في الملفات المتعلقة بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وكذلك مراقبة تنفيذ البرامج والإجراءات الحكومية في مجال العناية بهم. علما وأن اللجنة البرلمانية خصصت جميع العديد من الجلسات، عقدت جلسات استماع إلى بعض مكونات المجتمع المدني الممثل في الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، زيارات ميدانية إلى مراكز تربية مختصة ومراكز التأهيل والتكوين المهني وكذلك المؤسسات التربوية التي تعنى بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. كما يجدر الذكر بأنه على مستوى التنظيم الإداري لوزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية صدر مؤخرا بمقتضى أمر حكومي عدد 340 مؤرخ في 21 مارس 2019 هذا الأمر، وقد تم إفراد الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة بإدارة عامة، وهي الإدارة العامة للنهوض بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. أما فيما يتعلق بإحداث آلية مستقلة لتعزيز الاتفاقية الدولية لحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وحمايتها ورصد تنفيذها، فقد أوكلت هذه المهمة إلى الهيئة العليا لحقوق الإنسان والحريات الأساسية باعتبارها جهة حقوقية مستقلة. ويتولى رئيس الهيئة القيام بزيارات مفاجئة إلى الهياكل الاجتماعية المهتمة بذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة للتثبت من مدى تطبيق التشريع الوطني الخاص بحقوق الإنسان والحريات الأساسية، علماً وأن الهيئة العليا المستقلة تضم من بينها 6 لجان، من بينها لجنة تعنى بتنفيذ حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، ويجدر الذكر أن هذه اللجنة لم تشتغل ولو لمرة. لقد مرت التجربة التونسية قبل إحداث اللجنة الوطنية لإعداد التقارير ومتابعة التوصيات بمرحلتين، وهما تجربة المنسق العام لحقوق الإنسان في وزارة العدل من 2002 إلى موفى سنة 2011، وتجربة وزارة العدالة الانتقالية وحقوق الإنسان أواخر سنة 2011 إلى بداية 2014، حيث تم الانطلاق في التفكير في إحداث لجنة خاصة لإعداد التقارير في مجال حقوق الإنسان ومتابعة التوصيات إثر الملتقى الإقليمي الذي عقد في ماي 2014 حول أحسن الممارسات المتعلقة بالآليات الوطنية للتنسيق وإعداد التقرير ومتابعة التوصيات، وبهدف توحيد جهة التدخل لجمع المعطيات والبيانات الخاصة بالفئات الخصوصية وإعداد التقارير الوطنية. أحدثت اللجنة الوطنية المكلفة بالتنسيق وإعداد وتقديم التقارير ومتابعة التوصيات في مجال حقوق الإنسان بمقتضى الأمر الحكومي عدد 1593 المؤرخ في 30 أكتوبر 2015، والذي تم تنقيحه في ماي 2016، حيث كلفت اللجنة الوطنية المذكورة بالتنسيق وإعداد التقارير التي تقدمها الدولة التونسية بصفة دورية للهيئات واللجان والمؤسسات الأممية والإقليمية في مجال حقوق الإنسان، ومناقشتها لدى الهيئات واللجان ومتابعة الملاحظات والتوصيات الصادرة عنها. هذا إلى جانب تحليل متطلبات كل توصية وتحديد الأطراف المتدخلة لتنفيذها وإعمالها، واعتماد إجراءات ومبادئ توجيهية لضمان التنسيق في العمل بين كافة المتدخلين في إعمال التوصيات. ويجدر التذكير في هذا الجانب بأن اللجنة المذكورة تولت خلال سنتي 2017-2018 بإعداد التقريرين الوطنيين الجامعين الثاني والثالث لحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة طبقاً للإجراءات المبسطة، علماً وأن اللجنة الوطنية المكلفة بالتنسيق وإعداد وتقديم التقارير في مجال حقوق الإنسان وعند صياغة التقرير قامت بتشريك مكونات المجتمع المدني والهيئات الوطنية المتدخلة والناشطة في مجال الإعاقة. وقد نص الفصل 4 من الأمر الحكومي المذكور أعلاه أنه يمكن للجنة أن تطلب جميع المعلومات التي تحتاجها في إطار مهامها أيا كان صنفها، وعلى كل الوزارات والهيئات والهياكل المعنية تسهيل نفاذ اللجنة للمعلومات المطلوبة. هذا ويجدر الذكر أنه في هذا الجانب وخاصة المتعلق منه بإحداث آلية مستقلة غير حكومية تعنى بالمسائل المرتبطة بشؤون الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، فقد صدرت مبادرة من المجتمع المدني وبالتحديد من المنظمة التونسية للدفاع عن حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وبالتنسيق مع منظمة إعاقة دولية ومؤسسات حكومية كوزارة الشؤون الاجتماعية ووزارة وزارة التشغيل ورئاسة الحكومة لبعث مرصد وطني تعهد إليه مهمة مراقبة احترام حقوق الإنسان وحمايتها، تعزيز حقوق الإنسان وتطويرها، القيام بمهام تحقيقية وتلقي الشكاوي والبت فيها والتعهد التلقائي بها، ولفت الانتباه إلى حالات انتهاك حقوق الإنسان وكذلك مساعدة ضحايا الانتهاكات، إلى جانب جمع البيانات والمعطيات الخاصة بالأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وإنجاز البحوث والدراسات والمساهمة في إعداد مشاريع التقارير التي تقدمها تونس للهيئات الأممية. وفي آخر كلمتي لا يسعني إلا أن أقول أنه تبقى كل المبادرات سالفة الذكر تندرج تحت غطاء حكومي ربما يجعل منها أداة سهلة للتحكم فيها وتحديد أوجه نشاطها، مما يجعلها عرضة للانتقادات والحياد عن خدمة أوضاع الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، إذ أن الغاية المنشودة هو إيجاد هيكل مستقل يتحدث بلسان الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة وصورة حقيقية للتعبير عن مشاغلهم والعين الساهرة على إعمال حقوقهم والتفعيل الفعلي والحقيقي لحقوقهم وواجباتهم. شكرا للاستماع.
Thank you, Ms. Raya Ben Brahim, for your detailed explanation in regards to the Tunisian practice in regards to Article 33. Now I would like to invite her honorable member, Heba Hagras, for her intervention. Thank you.
Can I have a laptop, please, and a presentation on the
laptop? Min jista' jgħinha? Għandha bżonn laptop. All right, let's move. You will make your presentation later on. Let's move in the meantime for the next speaker, and I invite Dr. Umberto Insolera for his intervention. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for providing the EDF the opportunity to be here today. I can see that there are many different representatives here, both from governments and from civil society. I'm delighted to be able to present in front of you. Today, or the topic for this panel, is to looking at the implementation of Article 33. Perhaps before I talk about that specifically, I can talk about the work of the EDF. We represent the 80 million Europeans who are people with disabilities, and we have 98 organizations that are members of the EDF who work both at a national, transnational and European level. Our goal is to make sure that the UN CRPD, the CRPD, is implemented in its totality so that disabled people have equal opportunities in civil society and daily life. So how are we involved in the implementation of the CRPD? We are involved in a variety of initiatives, one of which is obviously to discuss with our members the state of play within Europe currently. All member states have ratified the CRPD, as has the European Union, and so all are obligated to follow those commitments. It's also clear that we're obligated to follow the General Comment 7 as well, which is very important in terms of making sure meaningful consultation happens with people with disabilities. This includes women and younger people in society to ensure we have a clear picture of the state of play. At the EU level and at the national level, often we need to work in slightly different ways. And the most important thing at a national level is to ensure that we have a single focal point. And this is to make sure that there is a clear, transparent mechanism to ensure that implementation can occur at all levels of government. This is ministerial and in a variety of different portfolios that governments may have in their structure. The governments are mandated to make sure that this mechanism is funded, to ensure that this work can carry out. Obviously, we cannot ensure effective implementation without funding to do so. And the goal is to ensure that across civil society we have the implementation of the CRPD. Secondly, we need to make sure that there is a clear coordination mechanism to ensure that the work that happens is coordinated intergovernmentally and is managed well, in accordance with the UN Convention. And again, this is mandated across all levels of government. This includes responsibility for ensuring work occurs, ensuring that there's effective funding, and to make sure that the government has clear oversight in terms of how it's coordinating the implementation of the UN CRPD. If we look specifically at Article 3.33 and we look at Article 4, then we have to ensure that disabled people are involved in consultation and that this is meaningful. And this should happen at the start of the process, not further down the line. We need to ensure that throughout the process there's effective, meaningful engagement so that the end point is something which people with disabilities want. We also need to make sure that a diverse population is included. People from many different impairment groups are involved in those discussions. This needs to happen at a local, national, regional, transnational and international level. When we consider the independent monitoring mechanism, this needs to be independent and in close consultation with civil society and DPOs. It's very clear that we need to work to make sure that we protect and promote the monitoring implementation. Just in summary, we want to make sure that the mechanism is independent, and that is one of the things that the EDF is very clear about. We work in consultation with our members to ensure that there's independent mechanisms to see clear implementation of the CRPD. Without that, we know we will not be successful. The key is really consultation. Diverse consultation, participation from civil society, accessibility in a variety of different formats, be that via sign language, large print, braille, etc. Plain language, easy reading formats. We also need to make sure that websites are accessible as well, so that people are able to access those either via screen readers, sign language, etc. This is a way of us mobilizing civil society to engage in the process, and we want to make sure diverse groups are included. It's clear that with the monitoring, it's possible for us to see clear implementation, but we need to make sure we have clear processes to do that. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Insolera. Thanks for your intervention from a civil society point of view as Europe's biggest umbrella for organization representing persons with disability. I now invite Mr. Diglan O'Brien, Principal Equality Division, Department of Justice and Equality, Ireland.
Okay. I suppose the first thing to say is whether the Irish example is a model of good practice or not good practice at all is for others to judge. It's very difficult to peer from the outside into a different administrative system and see why things work the way they do. So I thought it would be most useful was to describe our thinking in terms of how we designed the Article 33 mechanisms, the choices we faced, and the remaining challenges. And being a civil servant, my starting position is with the text of Article 33 itself, which is written obviously to be broad enough to encompass 192 UN member states. So the question is, how does that apply to a small state with a population of under 4.8 million, a unitary system, we're not a federal system, and a country that took a strategic choice a long time ago that we would have one equality body and not separate equality bodies for different grounds, and then in 2014 that we would merge our equality body and our national human rights institutions. So looking at that, it's clear that Article 33 requires a focal point within government for implementation and a coordination mechanism, again within government, to facilitate action in different sectors. And these are different tasks, but in our system it makes no sense for them to be discharged by different bodies. Article 33 also requires an independent mechanism to promote, protect and monitor implementation, taking into account the Paris Principles. And since we have a combined equality body and a national human rights institution that has been recognised as being Paris Principles compliant, there's an obvious choice for us there. And then the final bit, a requirement in relation to civil society, in particular persons with disabilities and their representative organisations involved and participating fully in the monitoring process. And it struck us that that really doesn't go far enough, and perhaps that's sort of a definitional issue in terms of how things operate in Ireland. But the phrase representative organisations, perhaps to us, doesn't distinguish clearly enough between disability service providers and grassroots organisations that genuinely represent people with disabilities. So we wanted to go a little bit further. And then 4 principles or 4 considerations in terms of what would work in Ireland. 1, legal competence, to use that word in the sense of it is used in the European Union, that each of the actors would have to have the legal power, the legal mandate to discharge whatever function might be vested in it. Secondly, looking at expertise, where does disability expertise reside within our system of government? Next, the importance of lived experience. Nothing about us without us is really important. And thirdly, an independent review, and that understood as independent of government, but also being independent of the day-to-day work. In my Department of Justice and Equality, and we use department to mean ministry, we have responsibility for our National Disability Inclusion Strategy, within that for a standalone comprehensive employment strategy, responsibility for ratification of the UN Convention, and the legislation which is before our Parliament still to remove the last barriers to full implementation, including putting the Article 33 mechanisms on a statutory basis and reporting to the UN Expert Committee. And all of those policies and those mechanisms are done in a consultative way with participation by people with disabilities. We have a disability stakeholders group whose job it is to provide representatives on consultative committees for various ministries and to be part of the work of implementing our national disability strategy and so on. But the UN monitoring is different, so it needs to be independent of government and independent of that day-to-day job, to step back from that and look at how Ireland is doing in terms of implementation. On my PowerPoint presentation, which will be circulated afterwards, I have lots of complicated graphs showing the relationship between the different pieces. The key point is lots of participation in policy making and implementation, but the UN monitoring needs to step back from that. It's different. It's not the day-to-day job. It's a long-term strategic view of where we are going in terms of CRPD implementation and the future for Ireland. So the focal point and the coordination mechanism is the Equality Division within the Department of Justice and Equality. It makes absolute sense to give it that function since it's doing all the day-to-day stuff and reporting to the UN, or will be reporting to the UN on CRPD, but also on other human rights conventions in any event. In terms then of a national independent monitoring mechanism, we have a candidate already, which is our National Human Rights Institution, the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission. which is recognised by Geneva as being Paris Principles compliant and has responsibility for the full range of equality grounds and human rights. But we also have a body which doesn't seem to exist in any other jurisdiction that I've come across, which is a specialised public body whose job it is to provide advice on disability issues to the full range of government ministers, government departments and agencies. It's independent, but not so independent that it meets all the requirements of the Paris Principles. It's responsible for monitoring our compliance with our public sector employment targets. And there's a statutory obligation on public sector bodies to reach a target of employment of 3% of their staff cohort of people with disabilities, which has been achieved, and we're now increasing that to 6% over the next few years. It supports the department in implementing our disability strategy and monitors compliance with that, including in relation to employment targets generally, and it serves as our national unit on universal design. So we envisage, and the legislation has been published, provides for both those bodies to work together. The Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission will be the independent mechanism to promote, protect and monitor and so on as provided for in CRPD, and the National Disability Authority will work with the Commission in that task, including providing advice and including providing statistical information and research analysis as may be required. Then, as I said earlier, we thought the convention, the bare text of the convention didn't go far enough in terms of ensuring that the voice of people with lived experience of disability would be heard. And we're amending the Irish Human Rights and Equality Act to provide an advisory committee for CRPD purposes, and at least half of the number of persons appointed shall have or have had a disability within the meaning of our Disability Act 2005. The committee is in place. The Human Rights Commission, Human Rights and Equality Commission published a public advertisement, invited expressions of interest, and there was an independent selection process. The committee is in place since January 2019, and most, if not all, of the people on the committee meet the requirement of having or having had a lived experience of disability. So the Human Rights and Equality Commission went even further than we're intending to do in our legislation, and again, that's much further than the bare text of Article 33 requires. In terms of review, and this is coming to the end of my contribution, there's already a full agenda. We have ratified the convention. We are not yet compliant. The major issues relate to Articles 12 and 14. We have enacted mental capacity decision-making legislation, but it isn't fully commenced yet. There are administrative challenges and resources required. So we're still operating a 19th century model of wards of courtship, where a person has full decision-making capacity until he or she becomes a ward of court, when then the person has no capacity to make no legal capacity to make any decisions. So replacing that with a much more graduated and subtle approach. Second issue is in relation to deprivation of liberty, where we don't have a legal framework to govern issues that may arise in people in residential accommodation who in practice are not free to leave, perhaps because there's nowhere to go, and perhaps because their decision-making power is impaired, and that includes age-related disabilities in terms of nursing homes, for example. Our Human Rights and Equality Commission Act gives the Commission the power to support a positive duty imposed on public authorities generally to take account of their human rights and equality issues that they face. And the Commission has a role in supporting that and making it real. And disability, I've no doubt, will be one of the priorities, given that the advisory committee is now up and running. I mentioned we have published legislation to put the Article 33 mechanisms on a statutory basis and remove other barriers. That's currently before our Parliament. It stuck for reasons that have to do with being a minority government and the balance of forces within the Parliament, and nothing to do with the legislation itself, but it's making its way through. And then we're looking forward to the first CRPD reporting round, which the Department and the independent mechanism in terms of our Human Rights and Equality Commission will be presenting, no doubt, somewhat different experiences of CRPD ratification and compliance in 3 years or so. And after that, then we'll be looking at ratifying the optional protocol. Just concluding point, in the presentation which we circulated, I have links to some of the agencies I mentioned and some of the documentation in terms of strategies and so on I mentioned. So if anybody's interested in that, it'll come to you in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. In fact, there were some key points from your presentation which we may later open upon during the discussion with the floor. Amongst them, the different interpretation or judgment of Article 33 according to the different countries' administration structure. In the meantime, a small announcement. Whoever wants a coffee, the coffee station at the back is open for you. Help yourself. Next, so now I would like to welcome for her presentation Honorable Dr. Heba Hagras, from a board member from the National Council for Disability Affairs, Egypt. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I have two challenges. One, that people will move to get coffee, and the other one, that there were excellent presentations before me. From the very beginning, I would like to draw a picture for everybody how Egypt looks like from a disability point of view. In 2017, our national statistics for the first time got out with a figure of 13.28% of the Egyptian population as persons with disabilities. That means that we are over 13 million persons with disability in Egypt, which is almost a number of countries combined. What is really important is that Egypt was one of the very first countries to sign and ratify the convention. And this was in 2008. As a result of the ratification, persons with disabilities and their movements started to grow a bit stronger and stronger, because now they had the convention in hand and they could push forward asking for the implementation of what the country has ratified. Persons with disabilities were the first to go as the very first part of the people that started revolting in 2011, and they were all the time in the streets during the revolution. This is why, immediately after things calmed down a little bit, we had some sort of demonstrations. We called it categorical demonstrations. These demonstrations, we had persons with disability standing in front of the Prime Minister's office asking for the rights of persons with disability. And they were of the very first categories that really persisted and stayed in the streets for a very long time. As a result, one of the very first things they asked for was to have a national council for persons with disability in accordance with the agreement found in the convention. In Article 33, We have two major points. One, the focal points that are supposed to be in the country to execute the convention and to preserve the rights and serves the rights of persons with disability. Two, we have the independent mechanism that is supposed to be balancing between the executors and the persons with disabilities or their DPOs or the civil society in general. And number three, the civil society itself with its different parts, either parents, persons with disabilities themselves, NGOs, DPOs, any formulation. Actually, the convention was a real leaving this a bit abroad because it differs from one country to another, and because all of these could participate all together in monitoring the convention and being really as active partners in monitoring and reporting what's going on in the country in the convention. If we come to the implementation role, which is in the case of Egypt are the ministries, and all ministries, most of them, and I believe that not only most of them, all of them now, they have either offices or units concerned to provide services for persons with disabilities or to make some sort of executive procedures to simplify and give access for persons with disability to the service of the different ministries through these units or their officers. If this is a ministry that provides services, then it's a bigger office and it's more people to provide the services. The implementation, the independent mechanism was provided when people with disability asked for the National Council to be formulated, which is the independent body concerned with the rights of persons with disabilities and which is supposed to be reporting to the convention body about how Egypt is really implementing the convention, and to be the focal point and the go-between the civil society and the government and implementers. Actually and theoretically, each ministry is supposed to provide a report, an annual report to the National Council for Disability Affairs, so that it could formulate the national report each 4 years. However, in the case of Egypt, because when we ratified it was 2008, and the formulation of the National Council was around 2012, and this was during a very turbulent period of the time in Egypt. Actually, Egypt did not report or give any reports to the convention body up till now. For the first time, Egypt will be giving such a report is this year. It has been sent to the convention body to be discussed and being able to deal with it. However, although the National Council did not provide any reports up till now, which is actually one of the major roles it's supposed to be doing, however, we as persons and as board members, and I was at the time the secretary, the general secretary of this National Council, we were attending every year the CRPD, the COSP meetings, so that we can all the time be well informed and giving some sort of side events to say that we are there and this is what we are doing, and saying that we did not yet present our reports, which is one way or another putting pressure on the government to provide us with the needed material to formulate this report. So, if we are talking that there is implementation, yes. But to what extent and of which quality, this we will leave it in question, because we have just started after the revolution to really be properly active towards our international obligations. And it's very important to say, in issues of human rights, it is very important that you have the political will. The political will should be very strong for implementation, which we are proudly and honorably are satisfied with it now. We really have this political will that is pushing forward a lot of issues concerning people with disability at this time. If we come to talk about the civil society role in monitoring the convention, because Egypt did not actually ratify the optional protocol, then this means that the civil society role is still suspended until we present our first report. I believe that it is important at this stage to say the different steps taken to fulfill our international obligations. So in 2012, we were given, it's better to say we have taken the National Council of Disability Affairs from the government. It is important to say that in the Constitution of 2014, we managed to install 11 articles in our Constitution. 9 of them talk directly about persons with disability, and the rest talks about disability indirectly. One of them is that we should have representation in the parliament, and here I am, one of the 9 persons representing people with disability in the Egyptian parliament. We have also representation in localities, but still we did not get the elections yet. In 2016, the president has also nominated a woman with a disability, which is myself, to be a member of the National Council for Women, and this, for the first time, Egypt has one disabled woman in the National Council for Women. First time we feel that we are women before being disabled. Because we are in the parliament, we managed to get out Law 10 for year 2018, which is a very progressive and comprehensive law, and I am proud to say that I was one of the people who has presented this law, because I cannot deny that there is also Dr. Alaa Sebaa here. He is also one of the people who took and participated in this law with a group of experts and persons with disabilities. This law, I believe, should be in the hands of all the Arab countries to have a very good look at the level of comprehension for different aspects of the needs, the daily needs for persons with disability, and also its progressiveness towards getting a lot of rights. I can discuss it with anybody as on the side if needed. And it is also important to say that we also have the law 11 for the year 2019 to fix and make the National Council for Disability Affairs coming out with a law and enforce it by law, and not as a decree from a minister, from the Prime Minister. It could be changed or by time or anything. And the foremost, and we are happy to say that the National Council will be, for the first time, presenting this year in June our first national report to the convention body. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dr. Heba Hagras, for your presentation. It was very interesting indeed listening to how persons with disability in Egypt protested and fought for having the first Disability Council, which led to a different political will, as you said, towards the rights of persons with disability. Now, I welcome our last guest. Please keep short. My colleague, Oliver Scicluna, Commissioner for Persons with Disability from Malta.
Thank you, Mr. Darmanin. I will try to keep short. Obviously, I'm the Commissioner for the Rights of Persons with Disability, but before that, I am a disabled person. And before that, as well, or after it, I have been an activist, and I'm still an activist. I will run you through some of the work that has been carried out since the signing and the ratification of the National of the Convention for the Rights of Persons with Disability by the Malta state in 2012. First and foremost, I chaired the first Fair Society Committee. In Maltese, it was called Kumitat Soċjetà Ġusta, which was composed of different people coming from the civil society and representing NGOs and DPOs. And our work was to create the first national policy for the rights of persons with disability in Malta. And that was presented to the general public in 2014, which was my first year of chairing the National Commission for persons with disability at that time. The commission I lead today has been there for 32 years now. Obviously, I was born 32 years ago. Therefore, I started leading the commission 5 years ago as a chairperson. But since my first day at the commission, we embarked on a journey, and that journey was to transfer and evolve the commission into a regulator. The journey is not yet over, because obviously we have so much more work to carry on. In 2014, the commission started planning its way forward to serve as a national regulator and as a watchdog for the implementation of the UN CRPD. And in fact, we started off by amending the Equal Opportunities Act. The Equal Opportunities Act is the legislation which safeguards the rights of persons with disability in Malta. And several of its amendments were reflected by introducing a commissioner for the rights of persons with disability, and the role I occupy today. We introduced the Bill of Rights in the legislation. We introduced another pillar to the legislation among the other 6, which safeguards persons with disability and their related services to health services. The committee, the commission used to have a board of directors, which was composed of government representatives, but we didn't want that. We wanted the commission to be represented by the civil society. And today, the commission, the CRPD Council, the Maltese CRPD Council, is made up of people coming from DPOs and NGOs, amongst which we have the MFOPD, which is the umbrella organization for organizations which represent the rights of persons with disability. In the council, there are mainly every kind of impairment, including persons with intellectual disabilities representing us, representing themselves. So that is a statement done by the Maltese government at that time, and the plan that CRPD had to give voice to everyone, including those who has less voice in our society. And I need to emphasize on this. I am here sharing our experience with you. I have the voice together with other disabled people here on the panel and here in this room. But let's remember that the most vulnerable persons with disability, aren't here discussing policy with us, discussing legislation. And we have our obligation to make sure that these people are given a voice. And I'm referring to persons with intellectual disabilities, and I'm referring to persons with mental health issues. We also included a superseding clause to the Equal Opportunities Act. In fact, this gives the Commission some executive powers to oversee other legislation which go against the Equal Opportunities Act principles. In 2016, to help us become a more independent regulator, the CRPD transferred its services to Agencia Support, which is the sole service provider in regards services related to persons with disabilities and their families. We also enacted two directorates within CRPD. One who is in charge of operations, and the other is in charge of investigations, compliance, and enforcement. Why did we include enforcement? Because monitoring and creating awareness is not enough. We want to have the power to enforce. The Commission has the power as a regulatory institution to take those discriminating people with disabilities or their families on the grounds of disability to court. But that takes time and that takes money. So we are also, as a Commission, trying to deal with the Maltese judiciary system. In fact, last month we created a disability quality training to our judges, and we are also preparing to propose some legal amendments which will enable the Commission to be more proactive in the judicial system to the government. CRPD acted, as you can see, as not just a regulator, but as a service provider and as a coordination mechanism as well. But the time is now that CRPD will start, obviously, acting as a regulator. In fact, our work carried out during the past years were of implementing the first legislation which regards the issuing and enforcement of the blue badges. The certain amendments which were made to the Transport Malta, which is the authority in regards the regularization of reserved parkings, etc. We worked also with the Malta Tourism Authority to create the Tourism for All guidelines. We also worked with the Malta Tourism Authority to render our beaches accessible, since we live in a sunny island, therefore our beaches has to be accessible for everyone. Yes. We also introduced and implemented the EU Disability Card amongst 7 other countries, which was a project piloted by the EU Commission. We also introduced the first Access for All design standards. In fact, currently we are working with the government as to put them part and parcel of our legislation. We also are currently working on the Streets for All guidelines, which will focus on our infrastructure. That is some work which we have created. But are we pure regulators? No. And that is because we aren't yet in line with Paris principles. In fact, the Commission has its vision is to make sure that that CRPD will become independent, fully independent, as to act independently from the government. The Commission is something, obviously, as well. It's worth mentioning that the Commission have its own budget, therefore it doesn't rely on government. The budget is provided by the government, but we act independently through that budget. Our duties for the coming years and our challenges for the coming years are to monitor the implementation of the EU Web Directive, the EU Accessibility Act when it comes in place, and also the government is going to put in place the UNCRPD as part of its legislation as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Oliver. Now I invite all those of you interested in putting forward questions or debating points which were raised during these sessions. Please keep as short as possible so that everyone can participate. Any comments? Ms. Mouliet? Yes. Microphone. Mantlonera fuori, who the mantlonera fuori?
Marta Smollett from the National Umbrella Organization for Disability. First of all, I want to applaud Dr. Umberto. He said it all and very clear. And this is the question I wish to say with regards. I wish to know in what way and how is the consultation mechanism working here in Malta with regards involving us, the civil society in general. Thank you.
We'll answer it. We'll let everyone finish first comments, or you want to answer? So let's hear everyone's comments. Then the panel will end up round up for their last reply or comments. Who else? Yes, there. All right.
Hello. Stephen Vella, ADHD Malta. I think the one thing that came out very clearly from all of you in this panel was that there is already the start of, but there is the need for more cross-sectional involvement between different ministries and different organizations, where one of the main points that was mentioned was consultation. And I would urge that rather than using words like consultation, we use more involvement of civil society, people with disabilities, and quite a few of you mentioned the lived experience of people with disabilities. And I think that is a very important point to make, because people with disability actually know what they live through from day to day. Thank you.
Thank you. Someone else? Okay.
Thank you, Marica Miric from Croatian Umbrella Organization for Persons with Disabilities. I think that it was very fruitful discussion now, informations, and also I think it is real time and the best time to urge implementation of General Comment 7, because it will help for all our associations to improve our position in the country. And also, I think it will be very nice because EDF and IDA did have a nice expertise in this field to help us to put it in practice. Thank you.
Someone else? Up there, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Just I want to say small comments about, in general, about the people with disability. You know, I was attended different kinds of workshops and conference. And all of this material that provide in all the conference is talking about people with disability, which is a different experience of people in different countries. So my question, how could we find union, international union for people with disability, because we have two pressures on the government and the NGOs and the other part of the society, how we can discuss one thing everywhere at the same time. Because if we focus on one thing, I think we will be succeed. Otherwise, we're just talking in the meetings and in the conference. Thank you.
Some other interventions? Okay, so first of all, I would like to reply to Ms. Mouliet. I am informed that in regards to the consultation committee, which I also mentioned in my brief introduction, will be reinstated very, very shortly. So
if I may add in this regards, although the government will decide that there will be this consultation committee, the Commission will still have the Council, obviously, to voice the opinion of those who are members. Martez, you are part of our Council, and amongst others, so that will still be in place in line with our role as well.
So I invite for the last 1 minute, if possible, even have a minute of last comments from the panel. I start with Ms. Raya Ben Brahim.
شكرا جزيلا. أنا أثمن بالفعل بعد مجهودات المنظمات الغير حكومية وخاصة ممثلي الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في مجال الدفع إلى الأمام في لغاية تحقيق الأهداف المنشودة، سواء كان من الاتفاقية الدولية أو من استراتيجية أو خطة الأهداف التنمية المستدامة. لذلك أنا أشدد وأقول مرة أخرى بأن الجمعيات العاملة في مجال الإعاقة مدعوة بكل إلحاح لأن تقف جنبا إلى جنب ربما أو تدفع وتكون قوة دافعة لتحقيق ما يجب الوصول إليه، وهو إنشاء هيئة مستقلة لا فقط تقدم التقارير وإنما تكون صوت الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة سواء كان على المستوى الوطني أو الدولي. شكرا.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Raya Ben Ibrahim. Oliver, your last.
I'm going to be very brief. I'm just inviting those who here, or else if there are any countries who aren't here, who have the role of a regulatory institution or similar to ours, I invite them to speak with us as a Commission, because in the past few months we had the opportunity as CRPD to give our experience to other big countries compared to Malta. I will not mention the countries because I don't think it's fair, but other big countries, also one of the 5 big countries in Europe, came to us for consultation in regards how we operate our regulatory role. So I extend that invitation to those who are interested to cooperate and work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to respond very briefly to the point made by the gentleman over there about consultation. Our Department of Finance, and we split it in two without getting too complicated, our Department of Finance has published a framework document on consultation that defines consultation as a process at the end of which the people who've been consulted can see where they have made an impact and see that their points and their opinions and their concerns have been taken on board. And that comes close to involvement. The other point I want to make is one of my other responsibilities is working to reform Ireland's approach to youth justice and to how we support young people who've got involved in crime and divert them from the criminal justice system. And we're reforming that on the basis of co-design between government, the service providers, and young people themselves, who obviously have first-hand experience. When they've come out the other end, have very good insights in terms of what worked, what didn't work. So that idea of co-design might also be a useful way in terms of looking at how we improve the lives of people with disabilities, that we provide better services. And we do that in partnership with people who are providing the services and who have the lived experience.
Thank you, Mr. Diglan. Now, Dr. Umberto, your last words, please.
Just what has been said earlier from my predecessors. I think it's important for us to listen to what you have to say. Please be involved. Many people with disabilities do not have services that they need, so please let us know what disabilities, what situations they have, what accommodations you need. Of course, we understand that there's Braille, there's sign language interpreters needed, but we need to know all of the possible barriers that you face. Send those forward. And please respect people's choices. We really need all your information, no matter what it is. Please send that forward, and so that EDF can put that together in a position paper. Once again, nothing about us without us, so we need your consultation and all of your information. Please send that forward. And anything in regards to article number 7, general comment number 7, please send that forward. Thank you.
Now, your last input, please, Honorable Dr. Hagras.
I really have a final comment, which is I believe that the partnership that we are getting into it now in this meeting, it's very important. We are having now a partnership between the Arabs and the European Union. We have a partnership between NGOs, experts, civil society, national organizations, Disability Forum from Europe, Disability Forums from the Arab region. We have representatives tomorrow from the governments. We have the declaration that we are supposed to sign tomorrow. I think now with this, all these connections getting together, we are getting stronger, and we are getting to force things to be done the right way. And the way we are connecting, I think it's a very, very unique way that we are connecting. We are not leaving anyone out of being part of this. We are getting the governments with us. We are getting international NGOs, national NGOs. We are getting everybody, and we are asking everybody to join forces so that we can really move forward and ahead with the convention. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hagras. Thank you all panelists for your interventions. Thanks all of you for listening and participating in this session. I now invite you for the coffee break. Thank you.
thank you to all the panelists. Just a short notice, there has been a change of venue. So, since there are PowerPoints to be used in the international cooperation parallel panel, the Jerusalem YMCA Rehabilitation Program Palestine. So if you could kindly proceed to the panel table. Thank you. And if you could all take your seats so that we can start soon. Thanks a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4 min jonqos. Dika blinds jena għana ċans, dika tellaħħa il-pijajta. Għawi, varaw. It-nej blind, xismu, għalli nara fejno, mela. Zom, nara fejno. I'm just looking for Mohammed and Chatha. Sorry? Okay. Mela, let me just see. Yeah. A second. X'naħseb għand nisbarra. Is Shatta here because we're starting the panel and Mohammed Lutfi?
Mohammed Lutfi is inside, I think.
Okay.
Maybe he's in the bathroom.
Okay. If you see Shatta, we're just like waiting for her on the panel, please. Shatta, yes, sorry. Yes, thank you. Mohammed. Here you are. Okay. Thanks. Okay. With Shada, she is also coming. Yes. Yeah, perfect. Okay, thanks. Okay, thanks a lot. waslu ta' rekabi. Titallawhom x'ismu xi tnejn ma jarawx u nibdew ta'. Thank you. Kif daka nibdew. Xdrajtu diħen, ma rritux iktar. Għawdi għad, jisma.
Yes, hi Shata. I was reading about on your webpage about your organization. Where we started.
So, Ms. Vella, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor for me to participate during this EU-Arab high-level meeting on disability rights. I am Isabella Vella. I am a collaborator on the Malta Federation of Organizations of Persons with Disability. And as you know, we are here representing the civil society panel. Having heard the opening addresses this morning, as well as participated in the various workshops that were tackled, we shall now in this session tackle the 5 main issues, namely independent living, inclusive education, accessibility, inclusive employment, and the best implementations of the practices as per Article 33. May I take the opportunity to introduce the panel? Although two of the speakers participating here we already have had the honor of hearing during their contribution this morning in their welcome speeches, namely Mr. John Patrick Clark, as well as Mr. Mohammed Ali Lutfi. So, for the rest of the panel, we have here Mr. Alvaro Cosiero, who comes from the International Relations Office, National Organization of the Blind in Spain. Here on my left, we have Ms. Chata Abusrur, Advocacy Supervisor, East Jerusalem YMCA Rehabilitation Program, Palestine. Then we have Mr. Martin Decker, who's chair of OTSCAPE. And as I said before, we have Mr. Mohammed Ali Lotfi, as well as Mr. John Patrick Clark, who will also be assisting me as vice chair during this session. As mentioned earlier, we shall tackle the subjects one by one. Due to some time constraints, I ask you to be as brief as possible so that we also give time to the floor for any questions they might have to any different member in the panel here. We start off by tackling the first item of independent living. How is independent living for persons with disability being tackled in the current position of the respective countries being representative up here? May I make reference to a United Nations report dated 21st September last year, which we in Malta received following various consultations with all the different entities. And it was clearly highlighted the importance of starting procedures to close residential homes for the disabled. And here I quote the same report. Ensure that existing residential institutions that contribute to the seclusion of persons with disabilities are closed and that the provision of appropriate community-based services is strengthened. And another article within the same report that specifically states to ensure that the financial and other measures are in place that allow persons with disabilities to be provided with personal assistance, and that personnel supporting persons with people with disabilities in the community are appropriately trained if necessary. I pass on the floor to you, Mr. John Patrick Clark, with your expertise to elaborate further on this subject.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the panellists who spoke this morning and shared their experience on these several topics of importance. Today's meeting is an excellent example of meaningful participation of organisations of persons with disabilities. The UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities is the key document we use to lead our work on advanced disability rights in Europe. It is also the starting point when discussing topics that were part of this morning's workshops. So, independent living and community living. Persons with disabilities want to be able to freely enjoy from their most fundamental rights and to live independently in the community as affirmed by Article 19 of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Persons with disabilities should be able to enjoy good quality services that will make it possible for them in the long run to fully exercise their citizenship, their right to dignity, and enable them to participate in society. Independent and community living is linked to the full and active participation in society. It is the main goal of the disability movement and a question of basic human rights. General comment number 5 on the issue is a key document adopted by the CRPD committee. It explains in detail the process of independent living, notably through deinstitutionalisation. The CRPD committee consistently recommended that states parties to the convention start the DI process with a clear strategy and time frame, and ensuring that support services are provided in the community. And that's by way of introduction. And I did attend the independent and community living session this morning, and I was almost shocked to hear that it is thought feasible and possible and appropriate that residential settings of up to 18 people would be deemed to be community living. That, to my view, would be anathema to me from my country, where a recent report would have showed that the maximum that should be in a community living setting should be 5, with a maximum of 2 people that would have disabilities, but the other 2 or 3 would not be service providers. They would be cohabitants with the people with disabilities, typically developing persons, etc. So that's by way of introduction to the topic. I would now like to ask Ms. Shata Abusrar, the Advocacy Supervisor from the East Jerusalem YMCA, to give us her thoughts on community living and independent living.
Do we have Arabic translation, or? There is? The majority English speakers or Arabic speakers? The majority English speakers? Okay, then I will do it in English. I mean, I will try. Well, first of all, good afternoon. Good afternoon. What I usually try to do and be is the voice of the street. I mean, the voice of persons with disability, service providers who work in this sector, and in some way I will do my best. I do my best to be somewhere in between, like this bridge between what exists and how we want the situation to be. With that being said, I think that when we talk about independent living and community inclusion, there's no way that we can argue about this as a right for persons with disability, no matter where they are, where they live, no matter what their disability is in terms of, type of individual differences, all those aspects. However, as a person coming from Palestine, which is a country in the Arab world, I have to admit that there are different thoughts that we need to address, not as barriers necessarily, but as things to think of when we talk about independent living, and things that we need to address together, be it through our cooperation, be it through our, let's say, learning exchange, through so many things and at different levels. One thought is that for independent living and community inclusion to happen, there should be, this means that we need to think of how to transfer or make this shift where residential institutions can become resources or resource centers to facilitate this process. And unfortunately, this awareness does not exist the way we hope for it to be. Therefore, in most cases, people who work at residential institutions think of such a right as something that will jeopardize their role. So they become the first resistant to such, let's say, ideology or philosophy or practice. So I think that we need to do a lot of awareness raising and a lot of trainings and capacity building for those people who work at those institutions on how their role can be as facilitators for independent living and inclusion for persons with disability, instead of them thinking that if we do that, then they will end up unemployed. I mean, it is one thing to think of because we can, instead of having them as people who are resisting our right, we can have them people who are facilitating our enjoyment of this right. The other thing is to really think very honestly of the alternatives. Do we really have communities and services at all aspects, education, employment, in all sectors? I mean, I don't want to start counting. Do we really have all those systems, organizations, programs, strategies, practices, services? Do we have them all inclusive? Do we have them all designed, planned, implemented, monitored in ways that take into account persons with disability, in ways that respond to individual differences? If we don't, then we have to give it a thought. We have to pause and think once, twice, and 10 times, maybe 1,000 times before we start promoting such a right in the Arab world. And to be very honest, I've been in different European countries. I've been in the US, where this concept is talked a lot about, and yet so many persons with disability are still isolated. So what does it mean to have 5 personal assistants who will come and provide me with different services the whole day and have none of friends? I mean, what does inclusion mean in this way? What does independent living mean? So I just thought to just give those thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sata Abuzlur. And now I introduce Mr. Alvaro Cosiero, and I ask you to introduce your organization as well as do your contribution on this subject.
I can do both at the same time, because independent living, community living, is on the basis of my organization from its very start. The ONCE, the Spanish Organization of the Blind People, was created more than 80 years ago now, between blind people who wanted to work. They didn't want to depend on charity and solidarity from other people, but they wanted to work themselves. They wanted to push for this independent living. And so they created this lottery model, which is still continuous nowadays, a lottery model where every revenue is reinvested socially. So after 50 years, little less after 40 years, and they decided with the Spanish state, the Spanish government, to create a foundation called Fundación ONCE, in order to get some of these advantages that were gained after many years, and be able to give them to the rest of the people with disabilities in Spain. There is why, especially through accessibility and employment, there is the focus of the Fundación ONCE. But there is a point where we believe independent living can be push more within our scope, especially in the point of employment. Also, we support other Spanish and European international organizations, and as Mr. Clark well knows, we also work on international European lobbying and pressuring for changing and trying to advocating for the institutionalization and not financing institutionalization projects that contemplate institutionalization. Thank you.
And now I ask Mr. Martin Decker from Ortscape to explain to us what Ortscape does, and as well as do your contribution.
Thank you very much. First, a small correction. My name is actually Martijn Dekker. Martijn rhymes with design. I'm from the Netherlands, but a large part of my family and my life is in the UK. And I'm also chair of the board of an UK organization, non-profit organization called Ortscape, which organizes the only conference in Europe that is run for as well as by autistic people or people with autism. So I'm autistic myself, and Ortscape was founded in 2004 to provide an opportunity for autistic people to meet each other and to have a conference on our own terms for the first time in Europe. It was inspired by a similar conference in the United States called OUTREAT, which ran until 2013. Excuse me. So, autism is a bit different from many other disabilities in that it's mostly an invisible disability that is a result of a different kind of brain, a brain that works differently from that of other people. And this has far-reaching consequences. People who are considered severely autistic are usually seen as being unable to communicate and are often institutionalized. You will fairly rarely find people like that living in the community. Institutionalization is a big issue in the autistic community. At the other end of the autism spectrum are people who are capable of appearing as if they are normal, as it were. We have been able to learn the rules of social interaction by rote that come naturally to others. This often comes at a great expense in terms of mental effort and mental health. So many of these so-called high-functioning autistic people manage to function in mainstream society pretty much at the cost of being themselves, because it is, as an autistic person, it is really not socially acceptable to be yourself and exhibit the so-called autistic behaviors that you would without these social inhibitions. Until the 1990s, people with autism were isolated from each other worldwide. Autism was first identified in the 1940s, and initially mothers were blamed for causing their children's autism. This is called the refrigerator mother theory, which was very much in vogue in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, and still persists in a few countries like France. Basically, mothers are blamed for causing their children's autism due to a lack of maternal love. This caused a lot of damage and a lot of backlash against the professionals from parents, who then started organizing as a reaction against this. But it was really only in the 1990s, when autistic people started finding each other on the internet, that autistic people started getting in touch with each other and organizing themselves. And it turns out that the priority of autistic people, the priorities are very different. They're actually very similar to those of other people with disabilities. It's mostly the priorities of parents and professionals to try to normalize autistic people, to try to make them as non-autistic as possible. At least this has historically been the case. And so still, when a parent hears that their child is autistic, then the first thing they're going to hear about is treatment options, such as behavior therapy, to try to make the kid as normal as possible, so that they can be included in society. And many autistic children are actually subjected to very intensive regimes of what I would call forced normalization. And this can really ruin the mental health of an autistic person. And actually the statistics show that we have a much higher rate of suicide as well as unemployment than does the general population. So really, the question I would ask is, what is inclusion if it is not acceptable to be yourself? And that, you know, if you have a physical disability, it does not fundamentally change who you are inside. But if you have a brain that works differently from that of other people, that if it colors the way you perceive the world, it colors the way you think, it colors the way you communicate, that is a bit different, because it does color who you are. And that is why many autistic people, we like to say that we are autistic, not just that we have autism, because unlike many other disabilities, it is actually part of us. It's just not just something we have. Now, Audscape provides a 3-day opportunity every year since 2005, a 3-day opportunity for autistic people to be themselves with other autistic people. This is actually the most important function of the conference. It is a conference, we've got lectures, we've got activities, it's residential, so room and board is all provided. We try to keep the prices as low as possible because our audiences usually have to live on very low incomes. And it's an experiment also in social accessibility for autistic people. And there's well, I could actually talk about that all day, but I've probably talked enough, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Decker. I hope I got the name right now.
Yeah, that's
And I invite Mr. Mohammed Ali Lutfi to give us his contribution.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Chair. So we are talking about two important concepts, yet different if we want to address them from the point of view of the experience of the Arab region. Disability institutionalization, which is still a very strong ongoing model taking place in many Arab countries, and community living, which is still at the very beginning in the Arab region, and even that concept, given the context of the Arab region, has to be evaluated. Let me start first with the concept of disability institutionalization. This is a practice that has been going on in the Arab region since mid-1800s. During the Ottoman Sultanate era till today, there are organizations that have started to offer services through the system of institutionalization. This is a system that came with missionaries that came especially to the Levant region from Europe and North America. These institutions have played a major role in forming the Arab consciousness about disability. The way how we understand disability today in the Arab region is referred to the role of these institutions. Now, unfortunately, the Arab region has not been able to develop its own model. Its own model, meaning a model that is really based on the context, the sociocultural dynamics of the Arab region. Families believe that these institutions are the right place for their kids. Institutions try to promote this idea, imposing the idea that they are the ones who know everything about disability and know how to serve persons with disabilities in every particular aspect of life. The problem when we talk about disability institutionalizations, we are talking about offering services through these institutions, whether education, healthcare, and even trying to provide persons with disabilities with jobs. Now, unfortunately, historically speaking, these institutions have enhanced what we call today the stereotypical attitudes about persons with disabilities, whether pity, whether it is the concept that we are heroes, supernatural powers, whatever, you name it. Given like the different activities that are taking place, like for instance, I'm a blind person. If I go now to the Arab countries, like many people come and ask me whether I read Quran or play music. This is the concept that about what blind people can do, based on that image that institutions have developed about us as blind people, and I'm sure other types of disabilities may encounter the same issue. Having that said, we do not deny the role of these institutions as an urgent response to the needs of persons with disabilities at some point. These institutions, because of the position they developed in the Arab region, they have earned some sort of power because they have developed this idea, this legacy of as a main source on disability services. Do we want them to close, to shut down? I don't think this is the right approach. We need to use or to take advantage of every single capacity that we have. However, we need to change or shift the approach that these institutions have towards more inclusive models of services. For example, why don't we identify a policy to support these institutions to become sort of resource centers that would pursue what we call the referral system. Instead of these institutions offering educational services or healthcare services, these institutions could support mainstream schools to become inclusive for persons with disabilities, to support hospitals to become mainstream centers for medical care of persons with disabilities. And we have to understand that we need to go towards a paradigm shift in the conceptualization of disability, and without without working with these institutions on shifting their role, we cannot succeed in pushing for this paradigm shift. Coming now to the independent living. Independent living is a concept that was developed in the United States back in the 1970s. This model benefited a lot from state-based support. Not all states in the United States have supported equally this concept. This needs a lot of financial support, and unfortunately nowadays this model is experiencing a major deficiency because many states have decided to cut their budgets on supporting independent living. Recently, we heard Sweden, for instance, has pursued a very conservative budget policy on independent living. So when we experience such a matter, we would end up having persons with disabilities losing a main source of support because of lacking the budget or the financial capacity of this independent living. The other point is, when we want to implement this model in the Arab region, we want to take into consideration the cultural context, particularly the role of families. There are lots of organizations in Arab countries that claim to be providing or pursuing the model of independent living. But when we look at what these organizations doing, we find out that these organizations are providing services to help persons with disabilities become independent, which is very important. However, this is not what has been meant by independent living. Independent living means that these people have to be provided with legal support to make sure that they can receive their rights. They have to receive assistance to maintain their independent living at home. But in Arab countries, we haven't seen that done yet because we don't have the support of governments. And I think we can take advantage of the family support in Arab countries. We can improve the role of families by enhancing the awareness of families towards their members with disabilities, by shifting the overall community approach towards disability. We need to see persons with disabilities perceived as active key players in community, and shifting the overall understanding of what disability means and what persons with disabilities can do. When we reach that point, I think we can succeed in pursuing independent living fully in the Arab region. Until now, we still continue to pursue a sort of stereotypical approach on disability. Disability inclusion has not been perceived and has not been implemented systematically. In some Arab countries, like many other countries in the world, they are happy that they have one person who works for the government, one person who is a parliamentarian, one person who is a professor, but having one person working for the government or two persons working for the government, and we don't know whether they are really having real jobs, they are playing a high-level role in these positions, does not mean that we have fulfilled disability inclusion. We need to work on this systematically, and we need to see disability budgeting taken into consideration in every single aspect of policies by governments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mohammed Ali Lutfi, and all the rest of the panel for your contribution about independent living. What we shall do now is we shall tackle inclusive education and employment together, because I believe they really complement each other. And after we would have tackled the first three subjects, we will then pass we'll then await the floor to propose their questions to all the panel present here. So I now ask Mr. John Patrick Clark to make your contribution about education and inclusive employment.
Okay, I will try to be brief, and I would encourage my colleagues to be brief because we are running late, and etc. Okay, the CRPD and its General Comment 4 on inclusive education go beyond the simple right to education. It goes to the right of inclusive education. People with disabilities must have full access to mainstream education system. To achieve this, we should ensure, starting by ensuring accessibility and reasonable accommodation. The workshop this morning stressed the difference between accessibility and reasonable accommodation. And although we aim for universal design, we should not forget that there is always a one-size-fits-all as a solution. Strong legislation and policies and individual assessment and awareness raising and training are all essential elements to ensure inclusive education. On sustainable networks for inclusive employment, we should like to point out that unemployment rate for persons with disabilities remains disproportionately high compared to that of persons without disabilities. Many persons with disabilities are denied employment because of the fact that employers deny them the right to reasonable accommodation in the workplace that would allow them to do their job. The current lack of inclusive employment thus reflects the lack of awareness and training of employers in their duty to provide reasonable accommodation and ensuring an inclusive environment. EDF stressed the importance of employment in the open labour market, as employment is also a means to avoid social exclusion. We see a growing evidence that employers actually benefit from recruiting persons with disabilities, and I would reference Microsoft and the tech company SAP in this regard. They can be seen in the growing number of companies who are engaging actively in programs to employ persons with disabilities, not out of charity or a social responsibility, but out of the benefit of their employers for their business model. I would like now to just briefly give you a quick summary of the comprehensive employment strategy that was mentioned by Declan O'Brien in the previous panel. This was a 6-year strategy set up by the Irish government, but what the big thing about it is, apart from its overarching roles, was that it set up a monitoring body, an implementation body that monitors the implementation of the strategy, and government departments have to report to that committee every 2 months. And the committee is made up of obviously government departments because they're reporting to it, but also to civil society people. And it is a very good initiative, and that committee must report to the government every year on its progress. It is making progress, and it is actually changing the culture within government departments towards the employment of persons with disabilities. So that's just a brief introduction to the topic. Thank you.
Shall I now ask the floor? Anyone has any questions about independent living, education, employment? If not, nothing? Okay, anyone in the panel wants to talk about
employment, education.
Education and employment.
So I guess, again, back to the ground, you know, when it was very astonishing to us in Palestine to find out that the education enrollment, the enrollment of persons with disability in educational institutions, public educational institutions, has been deteriorating in the last 10 years, even though we have a new inclusive education policy, a new law of education. So many funding is going towards facilitating access to education for persons with disability, and the question is usually why? What are we doing wrong? And so I think that it is not a question that we can for sure, you know, answer here, but what I'm trying to say is that it's not only about funding, it's not only about inclusive policies or laws, it's not only about infrastructure, you know, it's all of those together, in addition to political will, in addition to positive attitudes towards persons with disabilities, among teachers, non-disabled students, schools directors, families of persons with disabilities and persons without disabilities. It's all those together. With regards to employment, I think one thing that comes to mind when we talk about employment is which policy do we think is the one that we need to promote when we talk about inclusive employment for persons with disability and promote the right to decent work for persons with disability. Is it the quota? Is it the anti-discrimination one? Is it whatever motives that we can provide, you know, employers with? Which one do we think, I mean, drawing from our experiences in different countries, which one do we think that is the best to try and promote and try to reinforce its adoption in our countries? Or is it a contextual, you know, question or issue? Thanks.
I wish to add something small. With regards to Malta, although the law was introduced in 1961 with regards to inclusion of people with disability, I'm very proud to say that since 2015, this was taken very seriously and implemented. And in this period, between 2015 and 2018, over 2.5 million euros have been collected by way of penalty funds, and these undoubtedly have been used for the persons with different capabilities in order to enhance and better their sphere. So I really urge other countries, I don't know if this is implemented and what percentage. Here in Malta, I believe we have 2% minimum, and it applies to employers with over 20 persons employed. And I would like to hear from the rest of the panel what is being done in your country with this regard too.
I want to education and employment, I could talk for hours, especially the second one, as we have great experience international work. I want to focus on what we have done first. Shortly on education, inclusive education. Well, in general, inclusive education is carried out by the Spanish Committee of Representatives of Persons with Disabilities, that is CERMI, and their families. But we do cover the necessities of people with blind people with visual impairments in Spain. Every educational necessity they have for their complete educational career. We have had experiences of international cooperation in this field in the Arab countries, especially I think one project, a short pilot project comes to my mind, I think it was around 2012, 2014 in Tunisia. Also we had some small projects of training in Morocco as well, and well, our huge focus on inclusive education is being done in Latin America through FOAL, the ONCE Foundation for Latin America. Going to employment very quickly, where we have a really good example of employment mediation that works pretty well. It's called Inserta Empleo. It's a good practice called by the European Commission. It is co-financed by the European Social Fund. And it does achieve really good, very good levels of employment, inclusion of people with disabilities in our country through a forum of big companies, which I believe are the most interesting part of this model. That we do include the companies with the needs of people with disabilities. We have experiences of sharing this abroad, and apart from past projects we have developed, and out of the Latin American ones, I want to focus on one future project we're developing in Morocco. I think I'm the first. I don't think it's have been shared before, but if everything goes as planned, it hasn't started yet. But it's a public-private partnership planned with AECID, with the Spanish Agency of Cooperation for International Development, with the Union for the Mediterranean. We're going to work as well as with Entraide Nationale, the Moroccan entity, public entity. One big private company, which is Amadeus, and the Federation of Tribal Agencies of Morocco. We will work on employment mediation for women and young people with disabilities in the tourism sector in Morocco, because we believe that the tourist sector has a huge potential in that country, most North Africa, but especially in Morocco, and it will be another chance we have to share this employment mediation experience we have in Spain with other colleagues from Arab countries. I hope we have more opportunities in the future.
Test? Right. Well, on the issue of employment, I don't have that much to say, but I actually have experience of education and inclusion in two different countries, because my oldest daughter, who is now 16, lives in the Netherlands, and I've got two younger children in the UK. The policy in the Netherlands in recent years has been one to include children with disabilities in mainstream education as much as possible. But the implementation of that policy has been lacking, to say the least. Now, of course, my experience is primarily with autistic children. My oldest daughter is autistic, like I am. And basically, the Dutch government policy has been these children are going to be mainstreamed, and we're going to give the schools a legal obligation to give them an appropriate education. And we are going to do absolutely nothing to help the schools realize those objectives. No training for the teachers, no extra money, nothing. So the result has been a quite predictable failure of that policy. Schools have started to actually refuse children that they consider to be too difficult such as many autistic children and children with other disabilities that are perceived to cause behavioral problems. And as a result, there are now many children in the Netherlands who are stuck sitting at home, unable to go to school, even though it is actually illegal in the Netherlands to not go to school. So that is a bit of an untenable situation. My own daughter has also been a bit stuck that way. When she was younger, she did go to special education. Now, the problem is also that in the Netherlands, special education is pretty much for children with learning difficulties. She does not have learning difficulties. She is autistic. She has social difficulties. But going to special education does severely limit one's academic prospects. So, as a result, for secondary education, we tried sending her to mainstream. After all, the government had decided that the school is obliged to give her an appropriate education with all the support she needs. This did not happen in spite of their best efforts because they weren't trained, the teachers, and they weren't trained to do so, and the whole organization of that school was not designed for that. For instance, it's Dutch policy that children in school have to learn to work together and collaborate in groups as much as possible. And this is every autistic child's worst nightmare. You cannot function that way. The autistic kids just need to do things on their own and in their own way sometimes. Now, if that's not acceptable, it's not going to work. So, as a result, my daughter dropped out of school. Thankfully, in the northern Dutch city of Groningen, where she and I live, they have created an organization especially for children who are stuck at home to give them an education after all, so that they can go to a kind of special school that is not technically a school. I'm not really sure how that works technically, but anyway, she is getting an education after all. But she is lucky, and there are many children in the Netherlands who are not so lucky. On the other hand, in the United Kingdom, they do have specialized schools for autistic children, unlike in the Netherlands. And that works much better for some of these children. And technically, that is not inclusion. But again, you know, as I said earlier, what is inclusion if it's not acceptable to be yourself? If you are very different, and if you need a different way of learning and a different way of being taught, then sometimes it's better to have your own place. Another successful model is to have some classes specifically for autistic children that are part of a mainstream school. This has also been shown to work quite well. So, yeah. So sometimes the best way to include, depending on a person's needs, sometimes the best way to include someone is by not insisting on full inclusion, but allowing them a place of their own where they can actually function. And I think that's enough for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. And I invite Mr. Mohammed Ali Lutfi to make your contribution.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to start from where my colleague Martin has ended his intervention by saying that I mean, regardless of all of the challenges that we still encounter with regard to inclusive education and employment, definitely there is much progress happening in the Arab region. However, the problem remains is that we are still not doing a good job in terms of taking into consideration the differences among different categories of disability. To that extent that we see more groups of persons with disabilities are taking more, benefiting more from opportunities of inclusive education comparing to other disabilities. Mainly blind people comparing to persons with physical disabilities or persons with autism or deaf people, because it's much easier. It doesn't require lots of accommodation and modification in terms of physical environment and so so on and so forth, and probably it's less expensive to do that. However, having that said, these should not be excuses for governments to deny the right to inclusive education for persons with disabilities, and this should not be an excuse not to pursue a systematic approach of transforming the overall sector of education, whether public or private, into rather to be inclusive. For example, in my country, Lebanon, the Ministry of Education receives 5% from the overall government budget, but 95% or 90% of this budget goes to salaries and rental cost for school buildings. I believe if governments recognize the significance of inclusive education and spend more money on it, it will end up paying back, because now with inclusive education we can see that persons with disabilities are getting better, decent employment opportunities and becoming contributors to the economy in their countries. This takes me to the issue of employment. I mean, regardless of what model we want to approach in terms of employment for persons with disabilities, there are minimum criteria that we have to take into consideration. Number one, accessibility, and number two, safety. And also giving persons with disabilities opportunities to grow, to get promoted in their career, for their career, because it's not enough to say like private sector companies, oh, we are employing persons with disabilities. Okay, how? What kind of jobs are you giving them? Is it just like because, you know, we want to fulfill certain quota, or to avoid any sort of taxes or penalties that you don't want to pay? You just employ persons with disabilities. We have to be very sincere when it comes to employment opportunities for persons with disabilities, and ensure that they have full access to all levels of employment, and they should work in a safe environment. Thank you.
I thank you, Mr. Mahad Al-Lufti. In fact, you have even touched on our next subject when you mentioned safety, as we shall now be talking about accessibility. And I shall once again quote part of the UN report dated 21st September, which particularly states, and I shall quote, "You are to ensure that information and communications, including information and communication technologies, are accessible to persons with disability on an equal basis with others, and ensure that the law is strengthened, monitored, and implemented. Also, to empower persons with disabilities through their representative organizations to take part in the monitoring of the implementation of accessibility standards." And I ask you, Mr. John Patrick Clark, to do your contribution.
Thank you. If I may just respond briefly to the education piece that we've just discussed. In Ireland, we introduced mainstream education very slowly, with 10 children with disabilities going to a mainstream school. That was back in 1985. Today, 80% of all children with disabilities go to a mainstream school with appropriate resource support and fully trained teachers. Some of the training being done by disability organisations to enable them to cope with or to deal with the persons involved, but there is also now a differentiated curriculum to enable the children to engage with that. And also from an economic point of view, research has previously been published that shows that mainstream education doesn't cost any more than special education. In fact, they're just separate, but the qualitative results are far better for where there is is mainstream. The quality and quantitative results are far better when there is mainstream education. But I deviated, sorry, and I apologise for that. But EDF on accessibility, EDF welcomes the discussion on accessibility. And the recent success that we've had, and it was outlined at the earlier meetings by Emma from DG Justice Employment, the success of the European Commission in adopting the European Accessibility Act. This ensuring accessibility is a precondition for the full participation of persons with disabilities in society. Yet while we welcome some very positive developments in terms of accessible ICT, physical accessibility remains very limited for persons with disabilities. So based on the CRPD, we recall that it is a progressive obligation for states parties to ensure full accessibility through legislation and strong monitoring and sanction mechanisms. So with that, I would now pass the floor to my colleagues.
Me, your colleague? Are you bored? How can I help you if you are? Okay, being brief helps, right? Okay, actually I will just maybe shed light on two things. One is that I cannot think of accessibility as a concept and practice without thinking of or bringing some other key terms like universal design and reasonable accommodations and anti-discrimination. Like those terms, I mean, I can't really think of accessibility or imagine it without thinking of those. And the second thing is that, as my colleague said, accessibility is a prerequisite to the enjoyment of all rights and the full participation in society. And this means that accessibility is the first step for the person to go forward into health care, education, employment, whatever, all those things. The other thing I'd like to, just remind us of is that accessibility, the availability of accessibility in all its forms and all its levels does help in several things that we usually don't talk about. One, independence, autonomy. Two, make sure that people, when we make sure that people are independent, we are reducing chances for people to be dependent on others and therefore exposed to so many forms of violence that we know and that we don't know. Thank you.
I've been asked to sum up. So I shall conclude by saying that we are all here to make a difference. We are all here to see progress in various sectors in our various organizations. Let us all leave here with a firm commitment to give our energies and resources to create this EU-Arab high-level platform, free of any discrimination, be it gender, religion, political affiliation, ideological, ethnic base. But let us strive to ensure, and we are here lucky to have the top role players here with us in Malta by having the Honourable Minister and the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Let us strive to ensure that all needs and rights of persons with different capabilities be prioritized on a national level in each of our respective countries, with each sector equally prioritized, not highlighting one sector to the detriment of the other. Let us not differentiate. All persons with different capabilities deserve this on an equal basis. And I thank all members of the panel for their contribution. And thank you, Flor.
Okay, many thanks to all the panelists for this civil society panel. We'll just wait a couple of minutes for the other panel participants to come down here, and then we can start with the workshop conclusions and panel conclusions and the closing statements. So we'll do that in a few minutes. In the meantime, please help yourself to some coffee. 1 second, please. Issa, nofsa mux now. Yes, another thing also, before we wrap up then, after the closing statements, for those of you who would consent to that, we would have a family photo here with all of the participants, so please, after the closing statements, do not leave if you wish to participate in the family photo. We'll take it quickly and then we will proceed. Thank you.
Mela, we're going to start in 5 minutes. Mela, we're going to start in 5 minutes.
الدرع تورينا الشاشة اسفل صار ما فوق السجايات ايوه مش الدبلت دبلت طويلات ايوه حط واحد له
جميلك تفتكر الفيلم ده
مش بالبدو هي كنت منهم لا
Sina. Gentlemen, if we could just take our seats, please, so that we can go ahead with the final session and wrap up. Okay, thank you. So, all right. We're starting in a couple of minutes. نبدأ. Okay, so what we're going to do is listen to the summaries of the different workshops and parallel panels that we had today from the chairs or rapporteurs of these workshops or panels. And then we'll have a couple of closing statements by the League of Arab States, our Minister for Family, Children's Rights and Social Solidarity, Honorable Michael Falzon, and our Junior Minister for Disability Rights, Honorable Anthony Giusecellis. So I'd like to call the person representing Workshop A, the journey towards independent and community living. Please stick to 3 minutes per speaker for the rapporteurs. Thank you.
We were in workshop A, the journey towards independent and community living. The workshop outcomes and recommendations about community independent living shows that there is agreement across the board among all panel members and the participating audience of the workshop. The feedback collected is that there is agreement across the board about the characteristics of the independent community living, how persons with disability should be given access to required services, the right to choose where to live, with whom to live, and to have equal opportunities. These factors were discussed, and some observations include: 1, the need for young persons with disability to enjoy a social life without overprotection. With some guidance, they can be more independent. They need to be allowed to also learn from mistakes and not to be constantly provided for and protected by the parents. This gave also rise to the need of residential settings with support. Accessible services such as public transport, housing, independent and residential settings are also important to promote independent community living. This gave way to the next recommendation of having a well-structured plan, necessary resources, change in funding models, co-production between persons with disability, their representatives, and civil authority to spearhead and move on with necessary change. There should be progressive achievement on all fronts and across all disabilities. And the recommendation is a call for authorities to shift financing from institutions to community opportunities. Another prominent observation was lack of support and personal assistance in many societies. Society needs to find a way to elevate the persons from day-to-day burden and give them respite while making the person live independently and in a dignified way as much as possible. These observations that promote independent community living were also supported from various workshop participants, who added that first and foremost one should look at offering the proper early intervention structures, address several layers of social cultural structure of particularly of Arab countries where family ties and religion have a very prominent role. And another valid recommendation that authorities should ensure a universal design is adopted across all services offered, be it health, education, social welfare services, and others, in order to assure a continuum in the service provision and equality within society. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Mr. Cini. So I would now like to ask the representative of Workshop B inclusive education towards a universal design for learning. Sean Manjon, thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Our workshop on inclusive education towards a universal design for learning was extremely fruitful, interesting, and forward-looking. During the workshop, we touched base on several educational and inclusion pertaining issues. Autism is a lifelong disability. People with autism experience difficulties in social communication and interactions. Persons with disabilities on the autism spectrum also prefer routines. Inclusive education is not just an academic, but is also an empowerment experience for social interaction and learning of social soft skills. Autism communities see support in education as being limited. Many autistic children remain excluded from inclusion education, have lack of understanding of their individual needs and lack of support. We also spoke about the universal design for learning, multiple means for expressions and multiple means of engagement, autism-specific recommendation to foster access to inclusive education. The E28 should provide a legal framework which ensures rights for autistic people. Families should be fully informed and involved in all stages, initial and continuation of training progress. Social interaction. We also discussed imaginative play, which can be difficult for a child who has a literal understanding of the word. Autistic children tend to have intense areas of interest. Educators need to exploit these anomalies to bring out the potential of the child. We also discussed some recommendations, monitor the access, promote the use of EU funds, and common standards on the qualification of teachers and educators. We also spoke from a Maltese perspective on inclusive education, which is one of the main targets of education in Malta. Inclusive education is to enhance children with various abilities in various levels. The aim is to create environments responsive to the development capabilities, needs and potential of all students from kindergarten to tertiary and adult education. We also spoke on several barriers, ways and means in how to assist. The panel spoke on the status of persons with disability in Jordan, its inclusive education systems. A census held in 2015 showed 11.2% of the whole population are persons with disabilities, of which 10% of the working population have some form of disability. 5.4% of persons with disability are enrolled in schools and university. However, only 3% of children are in schools. However, there is a larger rate in university to the fact that persons with disability are granted 90% discount to enrolling in higher education. We also spoke about how society at large sees persons with disability, the support given by family members and educators. Therefore, inclusive education is important to truly show the potential of each human being. Everyone should have the right to equal opportunities to education. Accessibility is by far the greatest issue for all types of persons to learn. Adaptive and visual material is to be differentiated to and adopted for all. There is no one-size-fits-all, and we must ensure to have flexibility in education. Everyone has the right to education. Inclusive education is key. Throughout the EU and Arab countries, civil society expressed that families are still encountering difficulties as they feel more can be done. Inclusive policies have been stated that they are still on paper. However, families feel that the implementation state is somehow lacking. There are gaps in formal education, especially in the pre-university phase. It is also a mindset of the community, society, families, and policymakers on how to view persons with disability and inclusive education. The concluding remarks of this workshop are basically the following. People need to follow guidelines on how these are practically mitigated in practical terms. Persons with disability need to be included in all stages, especially in the concluding and implementation part of national or EU funds, so that any potential issues can be mitigated at source. Persons with disability need to know more their rights to further their learning opportunity, hence improve their talents. If we take a personalized approach, we may reduce materially the issue of inclusive education. The challenge of the invisible disability is important to be tackled and managed, and financial services are available but need to be more available to persons with disability and their families. In essence, inclusive education is a right and the key for all humanity. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sean. Now I'd like to call the representative of Workshop C, which tackled accessibility, Mr. George Sultana. Thank you.
Thank you. Our workshop discussed the theme accessibility, which, as you all know, is a very important one. I would like to thank the panel speakers and all participants for their valuable contribution. I will limit myself to some salient points which were raised during the discussion because obviously of time constraints. Accessibility is perhaps the most prohibitive barrier faced by persons with disabilities. Accessibility also means different things to different people. Therefore, if it is to be effective, it has to be meaningful to all persons with disability, that is, whatever their disability. Indeed, there are many issues involved which needs to be properly understood first, before being adequately addressed, such as empowerment of persons with disability and also those closest to them, training, whether it's public, private, or voluntary organizations, capacity building, institutional, cooperation between the different institutions, organizations, compliance and enforcement, meaning implementation, support mechanisms, for example, provision of services, and also shows social side of things, interaction with others. These issues highlight the fact that accessibility is a very complex matter, which is further compounded by contextual realities. One only needs to mention the differences between one country and another. It has many facets too. For example, some issues which were flagged like participation, health, education, etc. Almost endless elements like. It is not only physical as well. One of the speakers earlier was mentioning visible disability, for instance. Likewise, accessibility has to be mainstreamed in various core activities. I have already mentioned education and health. There is also, for example, employment and also essential services. Accessibility is paramount to social inclusion for persons with disabilities. For without it, there will be social exclusion, and persons with disability will remain at the periphery of society. This goes against what has been flagged as very important, like independent and community living, for instance. Accessibility issues have come with a cost, but in the long run, there's much to gain from ensuring accessibility. The UNCRPD has been a catalyst for worldwide change since its inception in 2006. However, much still needs to be done, whether at local, regional, national, or international levels. Policies that promote support persons with disability need to cascade down to reach everyone on the ground. Accessibility remains a fundamental right, as set out in the UNCRPD. However, there are also individual obligations, and persons with disabilities need to be aware of this as well. I have to refer here to the proposed European Accessibility Act, which will soon come into force across the EU. In this regard, the importance of enhancing common standards to ensure enforcement and compliance was highlighted. Talking of standards, international cooperation is needed to create global standards. Technology plays a key part and should facilitate this process. Challenges can also translate into opportunity. Thus, I would like to end on a positive note. One of the workshop participants showed to those present interaction badges, which are meant to be used by autistic persons to better interact with others. This goes on to show that creative and innovative solutions, which may not also be too costly, are at hand, perhaps more readily available than we sometimes think. Thank you.
So thanks a lot, Mr. George Sultana. Now the representative of Workshop D, Creating Sustainable Networks for Inclusive Employment, Ms. Olivia Farrugia. Thank you.
Our workshop discussed creating sustainable networks of inclusive employment. Every country has a considerable number of employees and persons seeking employment coming from EU and Arab countries, of whom obviously there are persons with disability. So such collaboration and networking is useful for the enhancement of knowledge, as it will expose officials like all of us working within the disability sector to different experiences. Obviously, this will help us all to provide appropriate services to persons with disability in general, irrespective of their nationality, background, and culture. So networking and communication between us on a national level, at EU level, and with other Arab countries is of utmost importance. One of the main points and recommendation, which all in our workshops agreed upon, is the need for accessible information to pertinent entities about the persons with disabilities from a very young age towards adulthood. At a national level, the need for a transition strategy from compulsory education towards higher education, towards employment, towards care and independent living, it depends on the status of the individual, is of utmost importance and therefore crucial. The need for employers to establish clear competencies when submitting vacancies, and therefore the recommendation to train more employers about disabilities, about adaptability that might require when employing persons with disability, which will also facilitate matching processes and appropriate fit of individuals with jobs, which will help not only for a person to enter and to be included in the labor market, but most importantly, to be retained in the labor market. Our workshop also refers to the importance of the use of information technology and the availability of assistive technology. In fact, our colleague from Egypt mentioned an application which is very interesting. It's called Entalak, which aims to identify the level of accessibility of employers' premises. This and other technology would facilitate the inclusion of persons with disability in the labor market, for them to really become active part of our society. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Olivia Farrugia. Finally, Workshop E, Best Practice Models for Cross-Sector Coordination. Can I have the representative of this workshop, please? Workshop E, Joseph Howard or Dr. Marisa Sherry? Okay. Ms. Markita Mangiafico for Civil Society Panel A. Thank you.
We had, the panel was chaired by Ms. Vella from MFOPD with regards to the civil society. There were 5 main issues that were going to be tackled, which include independent living, inclusive education, accessibility, employment, and good practices.
Mr. Clark gave, Ms. Vella first started by asking the panel to explain a little bit about the current situations in the different countries. Mr. Clark explained that, for example, in Ireland, the maximum of persons with disability living in a residential home is of maximum 5 people, but ideally these are down to 2 people and supported by cohabitants rather than workers. Ms. Shata from Palestine said that she is the voice of the street because she is a person with disability, also speaking for the service providers and also as a person in between. For her, independent living and community, that there should be shift from the residential institutions to become resource centers. In her country, people working in the institutions become resistant because they feel that they are expected to do a lot more work. However, one good practice could be that persons, working members of staff, can be the facilitators and for the enjoyment of the rights of persons with disability. In the US, the concept of community is so much understood and being implemented. However, it is useless, to have 5 support workers working with persons with disability, but then a person with disability is isolated and has no friends. Mr. Alvaro from Spain explained that his organization started off over 50 years ago as a charity, and then it became a foundation to ensure that persons with disability, their rights are enjoyed and not as charity. Mr. Decker, as an autistic person himself, explained about his organization, Otscope, and that it has been founded in 2004. It is an opportunity, the organization provides an opportunity for persons with autism or autistic persons to meet each other and in conferences. He also explained that countries like France still find it difficult to accept persons with autism. However, he also said that there are professionals who are always working to make the person normal. Persons with autism are subjected to forced normalization and hence ruins mental health. In fact, there is a high rate of suicide and unemployment amongst persons with autism. Mr. Mohammed explained that there are 2 important concepts of the experience of the Arab world. The institutionalization is still strong in the Arab region, and the community is beginning to understand the concept of the institutionalization. Independent living, as developed in the US in the 70s, the model stated support and therefore had its problems. This means persons with disability lose the support because the institutions are supported heavily by the government. Independent living also means that persons with disability have the right to legal support and also the proper support to remain living in their own homes with their families. Inclusive education also goes for full access means by having reasonable accommodation. It is not a one-size-fits-all, and legislation must recognize this. And sustainable employment remains disproportionate and because of lack of reasonable accommodation and training of employers. Unemployment means social exclusion. Companies should engage in employment for persons with disability. And also this can be done through a monitoring body and an implementation body that reports directly to the government annually. Spain has a few twinning projects at the moment with different countries, including Arab countries, and a good example of employment through big companies, that there is a future project, in fact, with Spain, with Morocco, as a private-public partnership, whereas a big company and the public sector are collaborating and mediating between themselves to create more employment. Mr. Decker explained that inclusive education policy in the Netherlands is to include all persons with disability in the mainstream schools. However, resources are lacking. The resources and training of staff is lacking. In fact, schools are now beginning to refuse children from school, even though this is illegal. When children go to special education, it means that it limits the academic prospects for children to progress. Mr. Mohammed also then explained that much progress has been done in the Arab region. Inclusive education is taking into consideration the different categories and their needs. There are also specialized centers that can also help and support. For example, blind people going to specialized centers, they would have all their accommodations, and needs met. Accessibility is to ensure full access to information and technology for persons with disability, and the legislation should be strengthened. Physical accessibility still remains a major issue, and accessibility is also a concept of universal design and a prerequisite to full enjoyment of life. Accessibility in all its form has to be accepted and levels, and this creates independence and autonomy, and to make sure that people are not dependent on others and therefore are not prone to abuse from others. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Markita. So, panel B, international cooperation and EU-Arab Cooperation Forum on Disability Rights. Could I have the representative of this panel, please? Thank you. Karl Bugeja. Karl.
So, during our parallel discussion, we had 7 presentations. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough time for discussions, but during our session, we managed to highlight that there is strong cooperation within the Arab League, with specific focus is given to promote disability issues and cooperation between governments to ensure correct legislation. The Arab League is also concerned about persons with disability participation in parliaments across the EU and Arab world, as they believe that a huge contribution can be given through their experiences. Persons with disability make a difference within our society, and if they are elected within our parliament, further contribution can be given within this regard. Vital importance should be given to cooperation between EU and Arab world, and to honor legislation and work towards promoting disability issues. The Arab League provides contributions towards complying with CRPD legislation. The Social Fund contributes towards inclusion, where both conferences and seminars take place to promote CRPD laws. During the presentations, it was also highlighted that we should discuss also conflicting issues and practices, such as should a child be placed in an institution, or should we focus our policies on the deinstitutionalization? We need to discuss alternative care, which reflects dignity towards the individual and provide the child with equal opportunity to education and later on towards work. When it comes to the EU4, it was highlighted that member states collaborate amongst themselves. The ratification of CRPD has given a common ground for member states to work together. It was highlighted that common challenges must be identified, and cooperation and dialogue should be the way forward. Within the EU, it was also highlighted that 1 every 6 people within the EU are persons with disability, and 70% of the humanitarian aid budget focuses on helping refugee matters. There's also that we should ensure international cooperation, which includes persons with disability in all discussions. All funds that the European Union should fork out should be directed towards elimination of segregation, and we should always focus on inclusion. Both employment and education should be made inclusive to everyone and promote equal opportunity, and ensure that all policies and projects focus on accessibility. International cooperation is important in order to engage with different realities and share amongst us our expertise and knowledge. It was also highlighted the transfer towards global achievements with persons with disability and to promote discussion within our public society. 93 million of children with disability, unfortunately, are likely to be left behind, where 65 million live in developing countries and also have limited access to education. 5% of disabled children who attend school do not have the needed resources, whilst 1%, a study has concluded that only 1% of educational material is in accessible format. It was highlighted the importance towards promoting regional dialogue. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Carl. Finally, Joseph Howard for Workshop E. Thank you. So, this models for cross-sector coordination.
Good evening. Members in attendance, Dr. Maria Sherry, Director General, Social Policy, Ministry for the Family, Children Rights and Social Solidarity in Malta. Mr. Mohamed Al-Aziz, Director, Promotion for the Rights of Persons with Disability, Ministry for the Family, Solidarity, Equality and Social Development from Morocco. Dr. Claret Super-Delane, Head Department of Disability Studies, Faculty of Social Wellbeing, University of Malta. Ms. Dovel Judet, President, Lithuanian Disability Forum. Dr. Al-Azabeh, Executive Committee Member, Global CBR Network, GCN. Workshop started at 11:45 hours. Introduction by Chairperson Dr. Maria Sherry. During her introduction speech, Dr. Sherry asked for the following questions, on which she asked for a discussion. What does intersectoral collaboration mean to you? What implications it has on regional, national, administrative, clinical, and cultural issues? Question B, does such collaboration exist in your country? And if yes, on which level, such as formal or informal levels? Question C, if collaborations exist, what are its strengths and challenges? Gaps, overlaps, legal, administrative, cultural, ethnic, getting clients, and significance, others on board. Question D, if no collaboration, why? Never thought about it, tried it, but it didn't work. Finally, question E, what is the ultimate aim of the intersectional collaboration? To avoid gaps, overlaps, facilitate medium, long-term planning, to establish minimum secure levels and benchmarks, develop life courses, care plans avoid fragmentation, planning HR needs, see individual in his, her totality, thus promote dignity, and the individual through efficiency, effectiveness, timely services. Panel carried out a discussion, carried out their presentations. Malta explained that we have programs to cater from birth throughout one person's life. This helps the country to train the necessary experts and staff needed. Also, our country has the capability of long-term planning for different situations and needs. Therefore, avoid the necessary need of management by crisis. Our aim is to see that the individual in totality and not just a student or patient. This enables us to treat everyone with dignity, whether the person is at home, school, respite, community care, or a residential home. Morocco explained that in their country is working on two different agendas, which include public policy and intersectoral mechanisms. This effort is also included in two different legal documents prepared in the years 2004, and also in the Constitution of the Kingdom of Morocco. Both documents help revolutionize the rights for persons with disabilities. Further policies in respect of rights and inclusions have been drafted from bottom upwards, involving all levels of society. Other panel speakers emphasized on the need for collection of data and the framework needed to avoid the risks of overlapping. Also, the need for more cooperation between countries and communities, NGOs, and other stakeholders when planning and implementing policies. It was also mentioned that one has to look at the legal framework in accordance with data protection, security, and living rights. It was pointed out that different countries have different setups to assist, but certain levels are not being reached due to lack of communication between agencies. Finally, the need for a mechanism to measure how and which areas one has improved in seems to be lacking, and it would be one of the most important tools needed to improve and sustain the necessary drive towards the enhancement of these persons' lives. Meeting ended at 11:45 hours. Thank you.
So, thank you very much, Joseph Howard. That concludes the summaries of today's workshops. With the permission also of the presenters, those of you who use speaking notes or presentations, these can be circulated with other participants following the event, as will be the results of these sessions. Now, I'd like the closing statements. We'll start with His Excellency Tarek Nabulsi, representing the League of Arab States, for a brief closing address. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. If you'd like, I will speak in Arabic. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، اسمحوا لي بداية باسم جامعة الدول العربية أن أتقدم لكم بجزيل الشكر والعرفان على استضافة أعمال المؤتمر رفيع المستوى الأول حول الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة بين الاتحاد الأوروبي والدول العربية. باسم جامعة الدول العربية لابد أن أتوجه بالتهنئة أيضا لحكومة مالطا على احتضان هذا الاجتماع الهام الذي جئت هنا لأؤكد تعاوننا التام من خلال آليات جامعة الدول العربية وخاصة مجلس وزراء الشؤون الاجتماعية العرب وشركائنا من المنظمات المجتمع المدني وفي مقدمتها طبعا المنظمة العربية للأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة، وأيضا تعاوننا الوثيق مع الأسكوا لدعم تنفيذ الإعلان الذي سيصدر غدا إن شاء الله. وأيضا هذه هي فرصة هامة لأنه غدا سأزور المركز أو المكتب الذي خصص للتعاون بين جامعة الدول العربية والاتحاد الأوروبي هنا في مالطا. سوف يكون هذا المركز أيضا آلية تدعم التنفيذ والتواصل بيننا لوضع هذا الإعلان محل التنفيذ. أيضا التعاون في المجالات المشتركة والمواقف الدولية بما يحقق حقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في الدول العربية والدول الاتحاد الأوروبي سوف يكون أحد المحاور الهامة. أيضا تعاوننا في خلال تنفيذ الاتفاقية الدولية لحقوق الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة. الأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة أيضا في أوضاع اللجوء والهجرة هي موضوعات هامة جدا لابد أيضا أن نتطرق إليها. أأمل أنه ينتج أيضا عن اجتماعنا غدا أن نشكل لجنة مشتركة ما بين جامعة الدول العربية والاتحاد الأوروبي والإسكوا ومن منظمات المجتمع المدني لوضع خطة تعاون وبتحركات بتوقيتات محددة لتنفيذ ما سيصدر عن الإعلان. لن أطيل أكثر من ذلك وأشكركم شكرا جزيلا على استضافتنا وأتمنى كل التوفيق والنجاح وإلى مزيد من التقدم وشكرا.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now I would like to ask the Honorable Minister Michael Falzon, Minister for the Family, Children's Rights and Social Solidarity of the Republic of Malta, to deliver a closing statement. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I know it's been a long day, so I'll try and keep it. I will keep it short. Whether it's sweet, it's everybody's decision to take. I would like, first of all, to welcome you to Malta. It is our pleasure, myself as the Minister and Parliamentary Secretary Anthony Agius, to have you all here today. I will say welcome to Malta and welcome to this event. Today marks a notable occasion, as Malta is in fact hosting the first ever EU-Arab high-level meeting on disability rights. A meeting which should be an opportunity, and I'm sure that it will be, which will help us to find common ideas, common goals, and common actions to create a more inclusive environment that would in turn lead to a more embracing society. I have been here for a couple of hours and I have noticed the various contributions as well as the participation taken during the day, and it makes one feel proud that we can learn so much from each other, from the academics, from experts, and civil society representatives as well. It is a good combination, if I may say so, with our commitment in ensuring that we take a bold and a broad policy approach. We need to understand new meanings, come up with new ideas, and take ever bolder actions if we are to really improve accessibility locally and internationally. At the same time, continue to amend present legislation and maintain a constant push towards a more accessible, a more communicative environment for all. The fact that we have here representatives from the UN as well as from Western Asia, who are our key content partners, gives more weight to this meeting. It is a first, not only for Malta, and also for the EU-Arab dimension. We have already, as a ministry, taken part in sessions which deal with, or which rather than deal with, which are held under the UN auspices, and it is, I am sure, that it should be, this occasion should be an opportunity where we can enable further sharing of knowledge and build on an enduring vehicle for future cooperation. Ultimately, and this is notable and we must always keep this in mind, every effort must be made with due consideration to the belief that every human being deserves the right to a good life where lack of accessibility and communication and any other adverse conditions become only a problem of the past. We must keep this initiative going, and as an enduring legacy of this meeting, the fact that we have a forum where we can meet and talk and act together will help to bring better results. I will definitely keep it short, as I promised, and I'll just pass 2 or 3 closing comments. We must all act together. We must be more targeted in our actions. We must have common projects and events, joint research, statistics, data collection, and the rest. We must cooperate in order to include efforts to change both nationally and regionally disability-specific structures. In conclusion, may I take this opportunity to welcome you once again. I can use the Maltese word, which is common with our Arab colleagues here, merhaba, which is in itself, this shows what role Malta can play. It is a place where the 2 continents meet. It is a place where the 2 continents have left their marks on us. It is a place for further dialogue and for further betterment, be it on disability rights and or not. I wish you all a very good stay in Malta and look forward to the further discussions of this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Before the Junior Minister for Disability Rights, Honourable Agios Decelis, closes off today's session, would like to remind you to kindly come here for a group photo, should you wish, the family photo of the event before you leave the hall, right after the Honourable Agios Decelis finishes his closing remarks. For this evening, pick-up is 7:30 from the reception of the Radisson. We'll be going to Mdina, the old city, for a guided tour, and then we will be going to dinner. So pick-up is at 7:30 p.m. And then tomorrow morning, to leave to Parliament, pick-up is 8:30 a.m. from the reception of the Radisson again. So, Honourable Decelis, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for participation throughout this meeting. Throughout the day, I have listened attentively to your contributions and participations in various informal discussions where experts from different countries shared their views. We spoke about independent and community living, inclusive education, accessibility, and sustainable networks for inclusive employment. We discussed the implementation and monitoring of Article 33 of the UN CRPD. We saw the importance of cross-sectoral as well as interministerial and international cooperation. We are here to ensure that through these efforts and through our efforts, advocates and lobbying, the outcomes of such discussions are transmitted into realities that enhance the life of persons with disability, their families, and their networks in each and every country that we come from. We have to move away from putting persons with a disability and their services in a box and ensure that our approaches do away from segregation and promote social inclusion. We need to further encourage interministerial commitments because persons with disability deserve the same high level of quality of life as any other. We have seen through the discussions held at various workshops that in order to address the challenges in this sector, we cannot continue to adopt the same approach. Rather, we need to be creative and innovative in our methods. To this, we are responding with a strong declaration that emphasizes our commitment to the principles of the United Nations Convention on the Right of Persons with Disability and the establishing of the EU-Arab Cooperation Forum in the field of disability rights, to be informally known as the Valletta Forum, with the aim of further discussion and expanding on the relevant operational framework. Tomorrow is a very important day for us all. Tomorrow it's a huge day for us because we are going to make history. Yes, I must say I am proud that such steps are being taken on this small island we call home. Finally, I would like to conclude with a message of thanks. There are many persons who are involved in the planning and delivering of this conference. I will not thank everyone individually, as not to forget anyone. However, I would sincerely like to thank Dr. Alistair De Gaetano, who has led the team. Dr. De Gaetano, you have made us proud. Once again, thank you very much. And the UN Economic and Social Commission for Western Asia for their partnership and collaboration for this event. Thank you very much.
Chelis. So could we just come here to take the group photo, and then we'll leave you in peace for this evening till 7:30. Thank you.